but I did want to just start off today with a video that we did see yesterday. It's only a short one, but it's very lovely and it's very apt and suitable. It's the short performance of Ecco la Primavera from Medievales Etnei. And of course, that is a springtime song. So it's absolutely perfect for our March festival. So I think I will prepare to share screen, find that video for you, and we will welcome in the spring. So we are properly underway. We are welcomed in the spring, and we can continue now with our program. So we are going to move next to Argentina, and we're going to hear a couple more pieces from Laudate Dominum. Maria is with us again, and I think also some other members of Laudate Dominum. What time of the morning is it in Argentina, Maria? Is it
9 a.m.?
9 a.m. Oh, well, I hope that's okay for you. Not too
no problem, no problem.
Excellent. Right. Well, I hope that I will be able to get that working a lot easier this time. So let's give that a try and listen to Laudate Dominum.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We're actually starting off with peas pottage. I changed the order briefly because I wanted to start off with peas pottage. So we're staying in the UK, peas pottage, and then we'll move on to Laudate Dominum. Well, that was lovely. I don't know if Veronica or Andrew or both of you are here from Pease Pottage. It would be lovely to have a word if you are, and if you're happy to have a word, because that was wonderful, and I wanted to ask you something about it. Are you there?
Hello.
We're here.
We're here.
Hello, there you are. Thank you. Yes, I really appreciated you sending those 2 tunes in, and as people have said in the chat, the 2 instruments worked really beautifully together there. People like the blend between the recorder and the pipes. Are those Goodacre Leicestershire pipes?
Yes, they are. Yes.
Lovely buzzy sound. And I wanted to ask, those 2 tunes by the female Trouvères, are they new for you this year, or have you been doing them for a while?
They're both new for us.
New, yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Is that by any chance inspired by medieval music in the Dales?
It was indeed.
That's great. That's so good to hear, because I think it's as people have said before, and we find it as well, that it's nice if we have a theme and it just makes you maybe look at something new, gives you a little bit of an excuse to find something else. So
It's a bit of a push.
yeah, a bit of a push, absolutely. Do you think, will you be joining us in the castle this year, do you think? Have you been able to make a decision about that as yet? Or?
We haven't made a decision yet.
No, it's a bit early days, I think.
Still seeing how things go, really.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You're still doing an online bit, aren't you? So
yeah, as I said last night, we will be we're recording at least the concerts of Medieval Music in the Dales in September, and putting those out online. I haven't decided, like yourselves, I haven't come to firm decisions yet. So I haven't decided exactly on the format for this September's online, whether we'll do it at the same time as the main festival, or whether I might do it a couple of days later when I'm slightly saner and running around quite so much. 10 things at the same time. But yeah, we'll definitely be having something online in September.
Siggy in the chat.
Oh, right, question from Siggy. Yes. That's not the one about asked to stop playing once when I was playing in a car park. No, not that one. Okay, what were the 2 tunes? Siggy was listening, not watching. So could you just tell everyone what the 2 tunes were again?
yeah, so the first one is Je vous prie, and I think it goes on as Dame Marois. And later in the poem, I think she's actually called Dame Margot or Margot. I'm not sure of the early French. And it's a jeu party where there's a man and a woman having a conversation. And although it's not specifically labeled as a lady who's composed, it's generally thought, or at least the book I've read, that the man and the woman in the poem actually composed together.
Yes.
So there was a joint work on the project. And the second piece was
Blanche of Castile.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Amour or something, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Trop tard pris or something.
Plus tard. Eu plus tard or something like that. Tant plus tard. I can't remember.
Something like that.
Attributed to her. And
and she featured in the pictures.
Yes, the pictures are actually of her. The first one is the coronation, which actually wasn't painted until the 1400s, but it was of the coronation in the 1200s. And the other picture of her is with her son and the 2 scribes. So it's a specific depiction, of this particular lady, which we thought was interesting. And the first tune, apparently there are 2 extant melodies of the same poem. And this happens to be the one that we found first. So
why not? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know I was when I did a few little posts on Facebook about women music makers on the lead up to the online festival. No, for International Women's Day, of course. And I featured that Blanche of Castile one, and I was reading about it in the book, the wonderful book, Songs of the Women Trouvères.
Yeah.
And it was just really interesting to see the conniptions and efforts that early male musicologists went to insist that this was not possibly written by a woman, even though it's attributed to a woman in the manuscript and all this kind of thing. And that seems to have happened with quite generally with women trouvères. But that book is amazing and lays it all out very clearly. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much, you two. Really appreciate that. And yeah, very much enjoyed. Lovely blend of the instruments there. Thank you.
Thank
Right. Right, I think I will now, because I was not getting everything in the wrong order. It is far too early on a Sunday morning for me. It really is. But we will now go to Argentina and listen to Laudate Dominum. Now, I really hope that this will load up in the right place. So let me see if it will. It might not. No, it won't. Okay, getting there.
Alenda Maya, ni freis de falla, ni chans dauzeni, fiors de glaya, lunescem playa, prosona gaia, proclinis nemes aceraia, del vostre verbos in retraia, laser luvel amors matraia, et jaia, entraia, vas vos donaveraia, et jaia, de playa, gelosans quem destraia. Ma bella mia, per Dieu non sia che già de los de Mundandria, che Carmendria, sa gelosia, si ai tals dos amants pardia, eu già joios, quais nun seria, ni joices vos pronuntem quia, tal dia paria, cons jamais non veiria, sel dia morira, donna pros quieus perdia. Mujer perdida, niña prendida, donna semblants una ia pida, et trix ni cruda, Ties jausira, pos jam partira, pels cavaliers de vos avira, callors nos vira, mos cors nim tira, mos desiriers als desira, callaus engers sai cavellia, donna che stiers scollir graria, tals vira, sentita, mos dans quils vos grazira, che us mira, conspira, quidans don cor suspira. Angel comença par portas lensa, la Beatrice presenza, mostrava lensa per matre densa, le prez ardit vostra tendenza, che debels dixenes alienza, le fait grazit tenexenensa, scienza, sifrenza, avece cure senza, valenza, sestenza, vistezza benevolenza. Donna grazida, crez lause grida, vostra valoresa bendita, e quius obliga, pauplit palmira, per quieus al sordoni servida, per virgin corpus ai chausida, per melior decrets cumplida, blandida, servida, dulces que exterida, pastida, finida, mendes ailes
Wasn't that a lovely ending? I think we all really enjoyed that video. Well, I enjoyed both videos, but I just think that that last one is just so sweet. And Maria, I don't know if you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, hello. I don't really know that repertoire very well, Maria, the Martin Kodak's, but I know it's the songs are kind of very much in the female voice, aren't they?
Yes, they are cantigas de amigo, friends cantigas. So it's supposed to be sung by a woman.
Yeah,
because she's waiting for his friend, his lover.
yeah.
So and that end, I imagine that end because we were isolated here in Buenos Aires at that time when we record the video, and I said it would be lovely to see something that we cannot do today, that is hugging another person, but well, I have my husband,
yeah.
So that's why I became with the idea of that ending.
It's a perfect ending for it. Yeah,
thank you.
It's a really lovely video.
Thank you.
I have to say again how extremely well put together your videos are. They're a really delight to watch, and as people have said also, the way that the instruments and the voices are blended together is really lovely as well. So
thank you. That's a whole work, because we have to try different instruments to see which one is the better for that song, and how can I mix them with the voices and the other instruments. So it's a long work to do before we can record the video or do it in a presentation.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And maybe one day we can have you at Medieval Music of the Dales in Yorkshire. That would be just a dream. It would be lovely.
Yeah, it will be a dream for us too. Yes.
Well, in the meantime, it's so nice to meet you again, and more of you as well online. Thank you so much for being part of the festival this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
And bye for now. Yeah, it is a really lovely tune, that one. And I will say that we have Amor Su, who are performing at the festival in September, and the Martin Kodak's Cantigas de Amigo are an important part of what they will be presenting in their concert. And that Amor Su means, I think, love from afar. So it's expressive of that that yearning for the lover who is not with you. Yeah, beautiful. Right then, so oh gosh, I'm not doing so well at keeping to time today, am I, after all my disorganization at the beginning? Thank you for your patience there, everybody. But I will proceed now. We will to Medievalia. This is the first part of Truver's Medievalia. It is a collection of marginal images from manuscripts put together to accompany 4 of the reals, the dances and estampis from the Chansonnier de Roi. So let's have a listen and a watch. Why is it doing that? Paul, why is it doing that?
No.
Oh my goodness, my life is not worth it today. It really isn't. Let me stop that. What is going on with me today? I'm going to try again, everybody. Bear with me for a moment. And let's have a look. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I've been trying to do a clever way of sharing videos. And in many ways, it is easier and better to do, but it is taking me by surprise every now and then and doing something I'm not expecting, which is a little bit of annoyance, but never mind. I will find this video and we will be with it as soon as we can. It's hiding in my computer, but we will get it. Medievalia. Rabbits. Where is rabbits gone? Dear, oh dear. Paul, take over for a moment and talk about the reals, because it's you that did the music for them. You arranged the music for them, so.
Sure. So, just unmuted me and muted Jill instead. So the reals, they're from the Chansonnier de Roi, and there are 8 more elaborate ones and 3 more simple ones, dance reals. 11 tunes from this particular French manuscript, and they're magnificent. And in this particular tune on Medivalia, that we've used 4 of them, and I always struggle to remember which 4 it is. Let me see. The first one that you'll hear is the Prima Stampa Reale. It's the first one, and this one only partially survives, so we've reconstructed it a bit. And it's a shame the manuscript, the Chansonnier de Roy, has various bits of it torn out, probably because there were some really lovely illustrations in there. I said they don't exist anymore. They've been torn away, sometimes with some of the music, including this first of the Estampa Reals. Then we've also got the second Estampa Real in the collection, and you'll also hear the fourth Estampa Real. You'll we recorded one of the dance reals as well to go there. It's on a variety of instruments, flutes and guitars and harps. So I'm hoping you will enjoy them. They were recorded quite some time ago. The album Medivalia was made 4 years ago, but Jill has only just this year made them into videos featuring marginalia.
I think we're good, Paul.
Okay. Pattern routine done.
Indeed, thank you, Paul. Yes, that was very strange because I actually made the mistake of testing all my videos before we started to make sure that they were all working correctly. And this one was working correctly. But now I try to do it now and it's suddenly turned up on its end and I don't know. Anyway, I really hope that this will share the right way around now. Paul, if it doesn't, let me know as soon as you can.
Of course.
So let's give this a try. So there's all the credits for the various images at the end there, so that once I put this up on YouTube, if you want to go and track down the rabbits, you can do. It was enormous fun finding all these rabbits in marginalia of various medieval manuscripts. Some in particular just have loads and loads of rabbits in them. I don't know why. The Luttrell Psalter's got quite a few, for example. So it was great fun, really. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. It was all a bit silly in places, but I enjoyed making it a lot. So there we go. I'm just gonna deal with a few things there. Delete. Something strange has come up on my computer, but that's okay. There we are, back with that. Yes, yes. So there. I hope you enjoyed that. And second Medievalia is following later on, which is quite a bit different, and it looks at the Cantigas de Santa Maria. But I'm sure we're all in our ways manuscript freaks. It's always great to just go and look at these amazing medieval manuscripts. As Leah said, I think it was Leah, was it Leah last night? No, it was Juliet, just how grateful we should be to the scribes that created and wrote down the medieval music for us. But I think we should also be equally grateful for the somewhat loony illuminators that let their imaginations run free as they decorated the medieval manuscripts. I love the thought of the monks in the corners of the scriptorium just kind of going off on one with their ideas as they put these tiny little images in the corners and the sides and the tops and the bottoms of the manuscripts. You don't really understand how much is there until you start like kind of gazing right in there. Yeah, they obviously had a lot of fun doing it. So yeah, that was rabbits and hares for you. Great fun. Right then, so we're coming up to 1 o'clock. So it's about time, I think, that we saw if George Stevens was with us. Do we have a George in the house? We do have a George in the house. Paul assures me.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you, George? Let me spotlight
you.
you. I'm going to spotlight you. There we are. We can see you. I'm going to spotlight you so that everyone can see you in all your glory. There we are.
Hello.
Hello, George. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's real pleasure to have you with us. And you were with us last night as well, weren't you? I think so.
I was, yeah.
Hanging around all weekend. So it's great to have you with us. So, George, we first met you, I think it must have been at the London exhibition. Must have been, Paul, about 2008 or something?
15 years ago. Yeah.
15 years ago, something like that.
I was talking to Paul the other day and we figured out it was probably about 15 years ago I made his guitar.
That's right. Came and ordered a guitar from you. And we should say that was the guitar that you could hear on the one with the second de Stampi Real. Yeah, it remains Paul's favourite instrument. So
hurrah.
Yeah, hurrah, absolutely. So it's clear that you've been doing this for some time, George. Yeah. But let's have a think. Can you tell us what got you started on making historical instruments?
Well, got to go back to the 1980s, and I had the mad idea that it'd be quite interesting to, because I've always played drums, and I thought, wouldn't it be good if I could find somewhere where I could learn how to make drums, because that's what I was into at the time, and that and only that really. And of course there was no internet, so you know, I went to the library and tried to find stuff out, like you did, and I could find very little really. And I wrote a few letters to people asking questions to see if they could help. And what I found out about was the instrument making course at West Dean College near Chichester, which still runs. The one at Merton College in West London, which I believe still runs, so that mostly focuses on repairs. And the London College of Furniture, which is the one that I picked. I possibly would have gone for the Chichester one, but it's always been a private thing, and meaning that it cost twice as much as the other ones. Back then it was like, this is in the late 80s, it was about £6,000 to go there, and I didn't have any money at all. And so I picked the London College of Furniture because at that time it was costing £3,000 a year, and you could still get free grants.
Yeah.
It was the last but 1 year when you could still get free grants, if I remember correctly. If you hadn't been able to get free grants, then chances are I never would have done it.
Yeah, yeah. It's amazing to think of it, isn't it? I feel like almost with this section of our conversation, George, if there are any younger people amongst the audience, we need to provide a glossary for writing letters to people and phoning and getting free grants, that kind of thing. But yeah, it was another world, wasn't it? But I know I got a free grant as well. It's we were very fortunate in our way, definitely. So London College of Furniture, because I've seen that on, you know, on information about you and other instrument makers. It seems to be quite a, you know, an alumni of London College of Furniture, and it seems a strange match, furniture and instruments.
Well, it always had, I think it started that course in the 1970s, and it was highly influential on many, many people, and its influence is still spread worldwide without any exaggeration at all. And it's been like a sort of window in time, really, because the course finally closed 5, 6, 7 years ago, something like that, having been much cut back and cut back and cut back, which was, it even started happening when I was there. So I don't know how it lasted that long, but it did. But yeah, most many instrument makers around, some of whom go to the Dales, have got connections to the place which go back to the 70s, 80s, 90s. And many of us have carried on doing it. Well, Terry Mann was one, whom you obviously know. Eric Mulder was one of my teachers, one of Terry's teachers. John Swain, the pipe maker, started off at the LCF. The list goes on, you know, either once or twice removed. Many threads stretch back to that place. Yeah, it's all. You think that was all part of a really great free higher education setup. It's it really has spread its influence far and wide. So, what did you actually do there? Did you learn how to make a variety of instruments? Did you specialize in one particular area, or? Right. Well, at the time, I had for some time I'd had cassette tape recordings of I had cassette tapes. Not wax cylinder then, but of well, some of it was certainly David Munro, and I forget what the other one was, possibly the New London Consort. I can't remember. Oh, Songs from Terpsichore, that was it. Right. And I mean, this is Renaissance stuff, really, but it piqued my interest, even though at the time I was just coming out of being a dyed-in-the-wool heavy metal fan. Nothing wrong with that, George. Which I kind of still am, really. Good, but, you know, I like many other things as well. And I sort of gained a slight interest in early music, and I thought, well, you know, the idea of making drums sort of didn't go anywhere really, but I found out about these instrument making courses, and so I selected the early music instrument course at the London College of Furniture because I thought oh, that would be interesting. And here you are, and here I am, yeah, sort of 32 years later. Well, interesting, it certainly was. I mean, I didn't really know anything much at the time. I'd done hardly any woodwork at all. You know, I really didn't know anything at all. So when we went for interviews and such like, all I had to show them was a sketchbook that I had with sort of like wacky sketches in it and things like that, trying to show that at least I had some aptitude for artistic things, you know. Yeah. But I hadn't made anything at all. I really knew nothing. I didn't have any tools, nothing. So it was starting pretty much from scratch. Amazing. Yeah, and the first instrument that we were instructed to make was a gittern, was
No.
the hands-ot gittern.
Right.
If you look at the shelf behind my head,
Yeah.
there it is. That is the first instrument that I made, the first gittern, which I'll hold up to the camera in a minute.
Yeah, lovely.
Still got it. There it is.
Is it any good? I'm so cheeky. Sorry, George. You carry on.
Have I missed something?
No, I was just said, is it any good? But,
Well, I'll hold it up to the camera in a minute. I mean, it's not at all bad, really. It's a bit rough here and there, but all we had to go, we were told to go and search in the library for this information about this instrument. And I've actually got the photocopy right here. I don't know if it will show up on the screen, but I'll have a go. So all we had was a short paragraph of measurements and these three grainy pictures of the hands-ot gittern in Eisenach, and here it is.
That's what you had. Wow.
That's all we had.
Yeah.
And it's from a Lute Society article from the 1970s called Lute Making in the 15th and 16th Centuries by Friedemann Helvig. So that's where it all started. And we had to figure out how to do this. So I'll hold up the instrument.
Wow. That's your first instrument.
This is the first instrument.
Wow. Well, you started off pretty well, really, didn't you? That's amazing.
Yeah, but ask me how long it took to make.
How long did it take you to make, George?
Well, it was done on and off over the space of a whole year.
Right. It's beautiful.
So there it is, and inside is my label that says 1990. So it was started in 1989 and finished in 1990.
Yeah. You must have felt well chuffed when you finished that.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's perfectly playable. It's got a string missing at the moment, so.
Right. Oh, you're not going to let go of that one, I presume. Yeah.
No, the first. I've also got the first Gothic harp that I made. Again, it's okay. It's not bad. Somebody offered me after I'd left college and we moved to Cornwall, and I had literally no money still, and I was trying to sell it. I think it was for about £1,000, and somebody offered me £800 for it, and I said no. I've always won, and that's really hard to do when you haven't got any money. And I often wonder whether it was a good idea, whether should I have sold it or not, but I didn't anyway, and I never did. I've still got it.
Yeah, I'm glad you. Yeah, I bet you're glad you've held on to it now. Anyway.
Well, the thing is, when you make these things as a novice, you don't realise. You think, "Oh, brilliant! I've done that. That's excellent," but you don't realise that you've just scratched the surface. Mm-hmm. It's difficult to elaborate on that, really, but you can't expect to make something brilliant when you've just made one of it, especially when effectively you're still kind of learning how to use tools. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what's amazing with that gittern. If you say you'd never really handled the tools before, you never made an instrument before. Well, that's why it doesn't show. It looks amazing. That's why it took an awfully long time, because it was interspersed with doing other academic subjects. We weren't in the workshop all the time. If you go to somewhere like West Dean, then I think you are pretty much in the workshop all the time. And it used to, so I did a national diploma course initially, and that included all these other. I mean, none of those sort of courses exist anymore, but at the time it was a bit like the equivalent of doing an A-level or something a bit more advanced than that. Yeah. And I found it all pretty easy, really. But the amount of time it takes to actually do the making cannot be underestimated. It's extremely time consuming, and when you're sort of trying to gain confidence with it, that's why it took such an awfully long time. First of all, you have to learn how to do mundane things like sharpen your tools, and
Yeah.
we were given blocks of wood and told to make them, plane them square and things like that. And you think, oh right, okay, but it's so difficult to do that accurately.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, absolutely. So did you?
So yeah, sorry.
No, you carry on. But did you end up focusing early on the instruments that you've stuck with, that are very much your range now, or did you?
Yes, is the short answer.
Yeah.
When I was at college, I just plucked it. We were supposed to make something plucked and something bowed at the very least,
Right.
and then, you know, whatever else we fancied doing within that sphere. And but I never made something bowed, and I still never have. I've just always made plucked instruments, so I've kind of stuck with it really, because as time goes by, you realise that you've you've got to try and focus on something to get anywhere near learning how to make them be good.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where the more you learn, you kind of feel the less you know sometimes. There's so many variables.
Sure.
And people haven't really asked me to make bowed instruments, and I never really have. I kind of intended to. I've got a drawing for Lemessi, the Stradivari violin Lemessi. And I've got one or two other bowed instrument drawings, but I've never made them.
Oh well.
And these days I just try and concentrate on what I've become good at, because I have to try and make a living.
No, absolutely.
And you know, when you're doing something new from scratch, you've got to, you know, make all the drawings, make the mold. There's a lot of preliminary work, and it's extremely time consuming. And I just don't really, I don't really have the time to do that anymore.
No, that's you don't need to though, do you? I mean,
but yeah, there's plenty of other people making good makers making bowed instruments. So it's not like you can't get them. You can.
Absolutely. Yeah. So your range is guitar, lute,
yes.
Of course, primarily Renaissance lute. Do you make medieval lute, George?
Well, it's, again, if somebody asks me to make one, I'll do it, and I keep wanting to do it, but I just haven't had the time. And it actually, a guitar is a medieval lute, but I know when you say medieval lute, I know what you mean. And I've had one on the drawing board for a few years that I really want to make, and it will happen at some point. But I'm not exactly sure when. What I'd like to do is make one with a hollowed out, you know, transitional period, which is a bit like the, you know, sort of 1500 date guitars. There's no reason why you couldn't have a medieval lute with a hollowed out body, and then also make some with separate built up ribs as well for comparison. You can only ever learn a certain amount by, like I said earlier, making one of something. You've got to, you really need to make lots of them, and see what slight differences affect what and where.
How many guitars have you made? Do you know offhand?
I do know, yeah. Well, I've got some of the next ones here.
Right. Oh yeah, brilliant.
I mean, if anybody follows my Facebook page, which is George Stevens, luthier and musician, then I put regular updates on there all the time. So if you want to see what I'm up to, have a look for that if you go on Facebook. So anyway, here's after you get a raw lump of wood, the first stage of making it into it. This is a long scale one here, and it's got a deep body. So this is just roughed out. You can see it's very rough on the inside.
Big spoon. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just like a big spoon. ignore this, that's just there so to help me hold it while I'm working on it. But yeah, there it is. So it's, as you can see, the outside of it's very rough. I've just hacked at it with a spoke shave to get the basic shape. And then the next stage will be
Very Blue Peter moment, this, isn't it?
yeah. Yeah, I've got several in the workshop at the moment, because I'm trying to get them ready for bringing up north later in the year. So this one is a lot more finished. You can see the outside of it is all nice and smooth.
Yeah, beautiful.
And that's all one piece of wood, like the other one.
Yeah. So deep. That is Paul's so deep body there, yeah.
These are much deeper than I usually make because I never usually have wood available that's this deep. So these are 4-inch deep bodies. Normally I make them about 3.
Yeah.
So again, this is something that I haven't done before. So I'm still learning, and I always will be, because you have to do things to find out. So these will be numbers 49 and 50.
Right, okay.
50 gitterns.
50 gitterns, yeah. Brilliant.
And I'm not planning on stopping anytime soon.
No, well, we hope not, absolutely. So lutes, gitterns, and then the harps are your other main. Oh,
yeah, those are the things that I concentrate most on. And I've made a few early guitars as well, but in fact, one of those was only a year or so ago. But I've never really been asked to make many guitars. I just don't think, I mean, there's lots of other early guitar makers around, but most of them seem to be in other countries. I just think possibly in England, it's not all that much of a popular thing. I mean, obviously in Spain with their heavily guitar weighted history, then Renaissance violas and viola da mano type of instruments are going to be more popular. Quite a lot of people play Baroque guitars, but I think you kind of get known for certain things, you know. So most of the time these days, like I said, I'm concentrating on the things that people know me best for, and I'm still learning how to try and make them even better. So I just try and concentrate really on those. I'm not doing. I did do a one-off funky guitar a couple of years ago, like I said, because I was asked to. But I don't usually make those on spec. Things I'm making on spec are what I'm pretty certain is what people are going to want to buy from me.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at the picture behind, and I can see there's 3 harps in the picture there. Yeah. So you've got a kind of class-hacky wire strung one in the middle.
Yeah, that's a Queen Mary,
yeah,
based on the Queen Mary, which is in the National Museum of Edinburgh. It's a 4-octave diatonic class-hack.
In that one,
with a hollowed out sound box. Yeah, so it's not the oldest one. The oldest one's in the Long Library in Dublin. The so-called Brian Boru harp, but it was fiddled about with a lot in the past, and I actually don't like the shape of it so much as I do the Queen Mary. The Queen Mary is the oldest one, which hasn't been fiddled about with.
Yeah.
For me, it's got a nicer shape, but so I've made a variety of sizes of class hack. Yeah.
But these days, with all that we've got now, do you would you go and actually see the Queen Mary? Have you managed to get your hands on it? Have you done measurements? Do you do any of that? Can you do any of that now as an established maker? And
I don't know if you can do it now. I expect you could if you rang them up. But I went up there and took some pictures of it years ago, in the early 1990s. The pictures really weren't very good at all. You know, since then, a lot more information about many of these things has become available. I was going to say actually that you know, that this article from 1974 about the gittern, in there it's referred to as a mandora, which of course they were at the time. You know, in the last 40, 50 years, the nomenclature of some of these things has entirely changed. Again, like the British Museum sitar.
Yeah.
It used to be called the Warwick Castle Gittern.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you still, there's still some places online where you still see it called that, but it's mostly it's been updated now.
Yeah. Have you made a sitar?
I have made one or two, yeah, and I might well make some more. They weren't based on that instrument. I mean, one or two people have asked me to make, would I make that in recent years, and I've said yes, but it would be expensive, and you know, sometimes the price puts people off, but it's just being realistic.
Yeah.
It's cut from a 5-inch piece of wood, that instrument, 5-inch deep piece of wood. I mean, it's boxwood. I mean, there's no way you'd use that now, even if you could get hold of it.
Yeah.
The amount of time it must have taken to make that instrument out of boxwood would be phenomenal. But of course, at that time,
They had time.
Anybody's labour was cheap, you know.
Yeah.
If they were given a few shillings by some lord and said make this, and so they did it.
Yeah. Okay, so I suppose that one of the one of the questions that probably comes up again and again for early instrument makers is are you aware of any compromises that you make, or does it bother you at all, the kind of thing between being an authentic instrument, being a playable instrument, you know, that kind of balance? Does that mean anything to you, or am I just going off on one? Which
no, it's a good question. I was expecting to be asked that.
Oh, good.
Because I mean, as people, you and Paul, as people who have been sort of interpreting early music for many years, you know full well that there's always going to be many compromises, because a lot of the interpretation is your own, and it can be nothing but that, because we simply we have gaps in our knowledge about how things were done. So you have to use informed speculation to fill those gaps.
And it's the same with the instruments.
Yeah, and you know, you'd be surprised. Okay, so we've got good quality gut strings these days, but hardly anybody that I've made gitterns for has asked me to string them in gut, and you might find that surprising.
What have you got, Paul? It's Nile gut, isn't it?
I've got a mix of nylon and nail gut.
Nylon and Nile gut, yeah. Right.
Yeah. See, Paul's instrument, I strung that in nylon at the time. I mean, I was always using nylon originally, but I use more of a variety of strings these days. But they're all well, I do use gut. If I'm asked to string one in gut, I do. But most of the time, I'm not. So I use modern artificial strings. Particularly Nile gut is available these days, which sounds almost exactly the same as actual gut, which is the point of it.
Yeah.
And once it's stretched and settled, then it's much more problem-free for the musician than actual gut, with your changes in humidity and such like. It's not affected by them. Yeah.
I know Paul finds the guitar very pick-upable and playable, which is handy when you're stuck in a field somewhere and all day, you know. So it's pretty reliable, isn't it, Paul?
Oh,
yeah, pretty solid.
But essentially, you know, any of these small instruments made out of wood, and particularly if they're hollowed out, you know, I don't know how they ever kept them in tune back in the 15th century. I really don't, playing them in big damp castles and things. I don't know what you think about that, but they must have been impossible.
No, I know. I always say, when you've got this image of the old medieval minstrel strolling through the forest with his lute on his back, and meets a pretty girl and sings her a song, he'd have to say, "Give me 20 minutes, love. I've got to tune it up first." No, it never work.
Yeah, you've always got this. There's always been a running joke amongst lute players about they spend 90% of their time tuning up and the other 10% playing out of tune. But But if you're using them outside, it's always going to be a challenge. But a lot of lutes, they just got badly fitting pegs. You know, any sort of peg tuning instrument, wooden peg tuning instrument, they really need to have properly fitting pegs, and you'd be surprised that so many of them just simply don't. You know, when I'm setting them up, new instruments, I spend a long time on that part. Well, a long time on all of it, but particularly setting up. You can't scrimp on time. It's not worth it, because I don't want to get the instruments back. I want people to receive them and like them and not have to do anything with them at all. Preferably never, except change strings and gut frets. You know, so you really have to spend as much time as you can on setting up the pegs.
Marguerite, one thing which I have to say hadn't occurred to me before, but one thing might be they probably didn't have the temperature or humidity extremes that we have between being indoors and outdoors, and that is something to consider, isn't it? I didn't have, you know, with our central heated environments, and then, you know, our instruments are subjected to bigger changes than maybe they would have been back then.
Yes, perhaps you're right. Yes, the worst thing for instruments is a big rapid swing in humidity. And it's not so bad if it happens over more of a gradual time, but you don't want a big rapid swing. That's pretty dangerous, really.
Yeah. Excellent. Good. So yeah, that's I kind of thought that would be your approach, but it's good to hear.
Yeah, I mean the main thing is modern strings, really.
That's the main compromise.
I mean, I use a mixture of glues. I use traditional hide glue, you know, animal skin glue, but I also use modern glue for some jobs. I've tried both. I've tried various glues for various jobs, but actually for many jobs, if not all, you could argue, the traditional animal glue is just as good, or for some jobs even better.
Stinky though.
Sorry?
It's very stinky.
Yes, it smells, well, when it's in its dry form, it smells a bit like fish food.
Yeah.
For people who keep tropical fish, they might know what I mean. But when you heat it up, it doesn't really have much of a smell. But as vegans, I don't know what you fit. You see, there's a thing. If you're vegan, are you gonna mind about having an instrument that's made at least partially with rabbit skin glue? Is that going to be?
I don't. No. Some vegans would. You know, they wouldn't want to have anything at all. But I don't really trouble about it, because I like the well, you know me. I like the authenticity aspects of things, you know, so
so I don't think any of us really make anything that's truly authentic. Well, very few anyway. I mean, most early bagpipes these days, not all, but most, use plastic reeds. Of course, you can never see them, so no one's going to be any the wiser, but because they're just so much more trouble-free. Not everyone is using plastic reeds, but most people do. The thing is, you want the instrument to sound good at the end of the day, and if it's going to sound poor, then what's the point of it? So that's the compromise that you have to make.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've kind of found out what you're working on at the moment. Is it the two deep bodied guitars?
Well, I've got 5 on the go at the moment.
Right. Okay.
But I've also got a load of harps on the go at the moment as well. Again, I'm trying to get as many things. I've got a couple of orders to work on, and otherwise I'm making things on spec to bring up to the castle later in the year, because it takes me all year to do this, you know.
Sure.
If you go, when you see the other, like the recorder makers and such, like, they seem to be able to turn out tens and tens of instruments every year. It makes me wish that I'd kind of learned how to make recorders, really, but because the things that I make take ages. I can't make very many of them per year, so
you can't put them in a bag either and take them up on a train or whatever, can you? Either
no. They all ideally need to have a case. You need to fill the car up with them, it's a load of aggro really, and they take months to make. So all the time I'm making those, I'm not earning any money, and I just have to hope at some point they will sell. Touch wood.
Well,
They always do. Sometimes it might take longer or shorter, you know, but until I sell one, I haven't earned anything.
No, that's the way it goes, isn't it? Still,
yeah,
they look great on the stall at Medieval Music in the Dales, and we're pleased to hear that you sell a few and get commissions from being seen there at any rate. So that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just coming up to not far shy of 300 instruments now, so it'd be good to get to 300 instruments, really.
It would, yeah, 50 guitars and 250 random others.
Yeah, most of them have been harps, actually.
Yeah.
I've made 50 odd lutes, but I've made mostly harps. Again, you'd struggle to make a living out of any of these things individually as a one-person setup. I've found that I've always had to try and make a variety of things to just to make ends meet, really, because you know there's not enough of a market to concentrate on any one thing unless you're really lucky.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to spread the love for medieval music. You know, you get more customers for you, George. Yeah, something anyway.
Well, yeah, I've certainly got some good business up at the castle. Yeah, so that's been really good.
Yeah, it's lovely. Right, I think I've got a couple more questions for you. Oh, I am awful, but I thought you sent me some photos, so
yes,
if I share those and maybe just talk us through a little bit what we're seeing in the various photos from the workshop, because I should say to people we weren't able to go and do a tour of the workshop with George because your reception's just too rubbish out the back, isn't it? So
yes, it may have worked, it may not have, it may have cut out, so it wasn't worth the risk, really.
No, but I'll get the photos up. It will, knowing me today, this might take a moment or two, but we'll see how we get on.
Rightio.
Slides as virtual background. That looks positive. And George's pictures. All right. I'm going to turn off my video. There we go.
3 guitars.
3 guitars, yes. So are they all hands ox, as it were? Is that
yeah?
Yeah.
Yes. I should. Well, again, there's plenty of information about all this stuff on my website, but
I know there is, George, but you can tell us about it.
I will, but I just have to get the plug in, obviously. So
we put your website in chat as well, so that's good.
I'm not actually. What's quite important about the work I do is that it's evolved over the years. I've never actually directly copied the hands-on guitar.
Yeah.
It was a starting place, but over the years I've tweaked the design here and there, and I've got several templates that I've made of them over the years, and the one that I always use now was the one that I thought was best, that I settled on, but I've got several different templates of the top of the plan view profile, because as you know, there's between around about 1300 and 1500 there are many depictions of guitars in manuscripts, in carvings, etc. And so, and they're all slightly different shapes and slightly different sizes, or appear to be. So
it's strange, isn't it? It's just because you got like the hands up. It would be easy to kind of think that's the medieval guitar. It was like that. You know, but you get hung up on the fact that there's one that actually survives, and that's obviously incredibly useful. You know,
it is. But
every medieval guitar would have been a bit different, wouldn't it? Surely, you know.
Exactly, and they wouldn't have been. I'm just giving my opinions, obviously, but they wouldn't have all been tuned to the same pitch. They'd have been tuned to suit the pitch of the voice of the person who was using it. They may have been made by the people that played them. You know, we don't have any information about the people that made instruments back then, really. I mean, Hans Ott, the Hans Ott is dated 1450 because rarely, curiously, it's got his label inside it, and it says Hans Ott Nuremberg. And we don't know the exact date of it, but we do know that Hans Ott was active in Nuremberg in the middle to 3/4 way through the 15th century, because he appears in the town records.
Right. Okay.
So the date of 1450 always gets slapped on it because it's approximately in the middle of the period in which he was known to be active. So it could actually be 20 years later than that. And there's a good reason for, well, in my opinion, again, for suspecting that it might be, because I mean, the one that the Gittern that you see now has a floating bridge, a pressure bridge, i.e. not glued on.
Mm.
And it's debatable whether that's original.
Okay.
There are various things about the instrument which are a bit odd, and it's debatable whether they're original or not.
You might be messing around. Yeah.
And it comes from the period. Sorry, I'm digressing here, but it's all
You go
sort of it's all connected. Most of the gitterns that you can see represented in art,
earlier,
mostly earlier,
Yeah.
And most of them appear to show floating bridges, i.e. pressure bridges, like a violin, not glued down. The amount which show glued on bridges are relatively very few, and most of them come from the latter part of the 15th century, with one or two notable exceptions. The main one is an altarpiece from the Monasterio del Pietro, which dates from the late 14th century. You can find pictures of that easily online, and the decoration is excellent. It shows 8 or 10 musicians all playing different instruments of the period, and there's included a small lute and 1 or 2 different gittern-like instruments, and they appear to have glued on bridges. I mean, for me, they are pretty much definitely glued on bridges, but of course we can't know for sure. And those are coming from a whole century beforehand, so it's a bit of an anomaly, really. The reason I usually do a glued on bridge is simply because I think they sound better.
Okay. Yeah.
A
bit more stable. Tuning.
Well, I mean, I don't know about stability, but the way that the pressure of the strings is acting on the soundboard in a totally different way. And I just think you get a better tone. Again, that's just my opinion, but I've heard some gitterns with pressure bridges, floating bridges, which, not to put too fine a point on it, they just sound pretty awful. I'm not saying all of them do.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely not. Some of them sound great. Again, our friend Hugo, who sometimes comes to the castle.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think his gitterns are excellent, and he always uses
He's got the pressure bridge.
He always uses a floating bridge. Yeah, for example.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So I'm sorry, I digressed totally there. What were you going to ask?
It's fascinating. It's
yeah.
really
So anyway,
because you know this instrument better than anybody, and you've done so much research on it. So it's fascinating.
Well, yeah, the
roses. Do you do the roses yourself, George?
Well, I always used to, but I don't do that so much now because since I turned 50, I've gained a lot more medical problems, and it's become quite difficult for me to do certain jobs, and that's one of them.
All right. I can imagine that. It's incredible, and I know that's true of a lot of instrument makers, isn't it? And it was true in the past as well, wasn't it? That rose making was something that was often contracted out to rose making specialists.
Yeah, there's nothing new about mass production. There was plenty of mass production of instruments going on during the Renaissance period, for sure. I don't know about during the medieval period, but you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that if somebody's doing the same thing all day, every day, they're going to get much better and quicker at doing it.
Yeah.
And
Do Zoom meetings every day in that case.
so anyway, Paul's guitar, that's got a handmade rose on it, but
Lovely.
you know, I could just lie and say, oh yeah, I'm doing them all by hand, but actually most of the time these days I'm not. I just can't handle doing it anymore.
No worries. Yeah.
It's a young man's job.
A young man's game. Yeah, absolutely.
So that picture there is that's another showing you stage 1 and 2 of another deep body version, but that's a short scale, like the about the Hans Ott kind of size, you know, around about 45 centimeter string length. So there's the first blank cut on the left, and then the partially hacked out version on the right there.
Yeah, it's amazing how it starts with that damn great block of wood.
Yeah,
Look at that. Feel a bit daunted, George, or did you feel,
well,
you know, pleasurably challenged?
Well, it's an incredible amount of work, you know, and it's very difficult to actually get the wood in the first place. So I don't think most of my the large amount of my time is actually not making these instruments as instruments. It's processing lumps of wood.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
I have to spend weeks and weeks doing it, and you've always got to be thinking in advance. You know, if I get fresh wood, I can't use it for 2 years approximately.
Yeah.
So I have to be doing that every year, as well as actually making the stuff that I'm trying to make. So on the left, in these pictures on the left, you've got one corner of the workshop there with loads of shells of different cuts of different woods, and then at the top, which I thought would be interesting, is a load of tubes. There you can see the ends of the tubes with different drawings in, plans of instruments that I've experimented with over the years. All these instruments come from a plan. You start off with a plan on paper, and you make templates for certain things where and if you need them, and all those are preliminary jobs which I don't think anyone who's not involved in it, they don't even realize it's a thing. It's none of it's work that you ever get paid for, really. It's all that's experimental work over the last 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to do less of that now and actually concentrate on the product of that 30 years experimenting and just hopefully turn out stuff that's good.
I like to think that you might have be getting near having done enough background.
Yeah, I suddenly thought I need to just get on with this now before I die, because there's always something else you can experiment with, but it's so time consuming and you don't get paid for any of it. So in the middle there's a bunch of those are going to be harp sound boxes. That's Poplar. Anyone who's looked at my Facebook page recently will have seen I've had some good trips over to a wood yard recently, processing up these massive poplar tree trunks. It makes fantastic sound boxes. It's very much like willow, and I've used it before to great effect, but it's not usually available. So I've been really lucky here, and I've got hold of a load of it. I really need someone else helping me out, really, so I can make stuff quicker. But I don't really have the space to accommodate more people. I wish I did.
Never mind. And is that one on the right? That's the wood with a natural bend in it.
Yeah, I sent that because, again, I'm sure that makers in past centuries, well, I know definitely that they do this for building buildings and still do. So there's no reason they wouldn't have done it for instruments. If you've got a tree with a natural curve in it, like is shown there, then you can envisage how that would really easily be used to make the curving four-pillar of a small harp. And because the tree has a natural curve, that element is going to be way stronger than if you cut it out of a straight piece of wood. It's fine cutting them out of straight pieces of wood. That's what I normally do. But it's quite nice if you can sometimes find a piece of wood that's got a natural curve in like that you can utilize.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We've got a question about pegs, but we're coming to pegs in a bit, so we will get to that. And I will remember to answer that question. So it must be lovely to have all this wood. I mean, wood's a beautiful material, isn't it? So among wood.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, so I think this is starting to make pegs here, isn't it?
Yeah, again, this is stage 1 and 2, and all these things are done over a very long period. I never do anything all at once. It's all done here, a bit here, and a bit there. You know, the question I always get asked, which is a bit of a yawn moment. Oh, how long does it take to make that? Because I never know the I never know the answer. You know,
because it's spread over a long time with different bits here and bits there.
It's not all done at one time.
Yeah.
What the only thing I can do is see how many instruments I've made at the end of the year, and that's how long it takes me to make that many instruments. You know.
Yeah. But
so yes, on the left there you've got plain billets of wood, which I've just sawn and knocked the corners off of, and then the first stage, they're sitting on my little lathe there to the left. So the first stage is making them into approximate peg shapes, which is what you see on the right there. And then I will store those in I've got boxes of these that I just put away and store. So they can stabilize as much as they possibly can.
Yeah. So there'll be potentially a long time between that stage and the next stage where you'll actually finalize them for a particular instrument. Or
yeah, I've removed as much wood as I can before doing the final stage, so they've got the chance to do any moving before I come to do the finishing stages, because you never quite know what you're going to get with wood. It loves to move.
Yeah.
And there's no, it's a bit like Canute trying to hold back the rising tide. You can't, shrinking wood, you cannot hold it back. It has amazing power. If it wants to move, it will move. You can't stop it.
Do what it's going to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody asked if you ever use modern geared pegs at all in your instruments.
Right. Well, the short answer to that is no, I haven't. But it'd be quite interesting to do that. Yeah. What they're referring, there's a company called Pegheads, and I know some luthiers have used them, and yeah, they look like normal wooden friction pegs, but they've got a 4-to-1 geared mechanism inside them.
Such high sorcery.
Yeah. What devilry is this? And no, I haven't never used them, but some people do. Yeah. But if your friction pegs are working properly, there's nothing inferior about them, really. It's like I said earlier, most people actually have got
just got bad pegs,
poor pegs on their instrument, you know. And what I don't want is hundreds of people getting in touch with me now and saying, "Oh, can you change the pegs on my instrument, please?" Because the answer is going to be, I'm afraid, no, because I just haven't got the time.
We've got the message, George. We got the message. I think we're still on pegs with our next. Yeah, so we've got actually fitting the pegs into.
Yeah, so that's God, it looks a bit blurred on my screen.
It is a bit out of focus, that one. I'm not sure why, but
yeah. I don't remember it being blurred when I sent you it. Anyway, never mind. You can see what's happening. That's the peg box of the guitar there, and I'm coming in on the right-hand side with a reamer, which is the tool which has a series of fluted fins around it, which is how you make a parallel pair of holes into a tapering pair of holes to fit the tapering shaft of the peg. So
neat.
And I've got a piece of tape tied around it there, which is my rudimentary depth stop. So that tells me when I want to stop.
Oh yeah, it's cunning plan there. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very low tech. Most of my solutions are very low tech. I'm a bit like that, really. So, and those pegs, I've dyed them black as well.
Mm-hmm.
Most people,
yeah.
Most people seem to think that black pegs are going to be ebony, whereas of course actually with surviving lutes that we've got around museums, the majority of the black pegs are actually not ebony at all. On the lutes, they're usually stained fruit wood, and that's what I'm using here. I'm staining plum black. Plum is one of the best woods to use for pegs, because it's been shown to show very minimal movement in service.
Nice. Yeah.
There are a few other good pegwoods as well, but plum is arguably the best.
You know, this is interesting, isn't it? You wouldn't have thought there'd be so much in peg making, but clearly.
Yeah, what's weird is that, you know, in the modern violin world, that you've still got this thing about, you know, using boxwood, rosewood and ebony for pegs on modern violins. I'm not really sure about rosewood and boxwood. I have used them, but ebony really is the worst wood to use for pegs because it's so dense that it can often move out of shape years down the line, and you end up with an oval peg. And you know, people swear about having to tune up violins. Well, your pegs are poor, you know. they have these little fine adjusters down by the bridge, don't they? So they get round it that way.
They don't have to worry about their poor pegs. Right.
No. And the other thing I do, and as I've always done, is when I'm setting up a new instrument, I always apply a little bit of peg paste to the pegs, which you can buy easily on the internet. I use Hill's peg paste. It only costs a few pounds, and it comes in a little thing, looks a bit like a lipstick, and you just put a bit of that on the pegs, and it keeps them turning smoothly. You don't need to use much, but again, even just applying a bit of that to your pegs is going to make the world of difference. But it's not a cure-all. They need to fit properly in the first place, but that means they'll keep turning smoothly, which is important, so you can tune finely.
Gosh, now I'm sure that you'll understand this from Talitha, George, or I won't, because I just got new tuning pins for my class act with symbols on the end indicating which strings are female and which male, with a combined male and female for the top I'm not going to say the Gaelic, the top strange words in Gaelic string. This has surprisingly given the instrument a completely different, Narcoli, thank you, Narcoli string, which has surprisingly given the instrument a completely different look. Does that make sense to you, George? Well,
that's interesting. I know they've all got different names on class acts, and on the larger ones you have is she referring to the sisters? You have the two sisters lying together, which are the two G's below middle C. They're tuned the same. Yes, she says. Yeah, right. I thought that. Yeah. That's peculiar to those class acts. The note G below middle C. You have two of them tuned the same, and they're called sisters. But on a harp, you know, you're using steel pins. That's totally different. I'm talking about wooden pegs here. It's totally different.
Yeah.
Again, on original early harps, they would have been using wooden pegs a lot of the time, and probably bone, but they certainly use metal as well, because some even exist from 1,000 years ago. Some have been found, which are undoubtedly metal tuning pegs from an instrument, and the archaeological dig was, you know, it was 1,000 years ago.
Wow.
And music wire as well, and a tuning key.
Yeah.
They've all been found.
Yeah, amazing. So those are the loop molds, if I remember correctly. So this
there's a couple of loop molds there. So these are solid. So it's a form. I mean, milliners make hats on a solid mold like this, and it's hat shaped. So I've got the same sort of thing here, which is shaped like lutes.
And you've got steaming and bending the ribs over them, or?
Yeah. So you use heat to. I don't usually steam them because lute ribs are so thin. You don't need to, but you heat the wood up and you gradually coax it into the shape. It's not a particularly quick process. If I usually make two lute backs at a time, because while I'm gluing one rib to the mold, I can be working on a rib for the other mold. So I'll go alternately backwards and forwards between them. So typically I might get 4 ribs done during the course of a day, you know, 2 on each.
Oh goodness. Yeah.
Some people, I remember my workshop teacher when I was at college, he said the most he'd ever done in a day was he'd managed to do 13 ribs in a day. That it must have been a long day, but that's some going. That's really fast working.
That's a statistic to remember, actually. That's how long.
How many loop ribs can you do in a day?
Let's have a loot rib off one time.
Yeah.
And we
So
have no instruments here.
At the front of these molds, you see there's a flat section, and that's where you fix a block of wood there, and you continue the shape of the mold down onto it, and that's going to be the neck block which joins the body to the neck.
Oh, right.
So that'll be inside the back when it's made. So on these, they're not actually there at the moment, but there'll be a block of wood that sits there, and you shape the back to fit the back, and then that's the anchor point to which you will fix the neck.
Wow. Intricate process. I think we've got a couple of harpy. No, we haven't. What's this?
Well, again, that's a peg blank sitting on the lathe there. That was meant to show up with the peg pictures
Yeah, I
earlier.
should put that one in earlier, shouldn't I? Dear, you can't get the stuff.
Slap wrist.
Bray pins, your favourites, George. Bray pins.
Hey, yeah. Yeah. So there's a close up of a Renaissance harp with its characteristic shallow body, which again we can see many times in many different art pieces, from many from the 15th century, some earlier, some a bit later.
Yeah.
These were still being used well into the 17th century, and I mean, there's even a reference in the 19th century of in Wales a harp being fitted with bray pins still, but I should think by then it was very rare.
Yeah.
But it was certainly still a common practice well into the 17th century. Mersenne, there's a famous engraving by Mersenne, and who shows a 24-string harp, and it's fitted with bray pins, and he says that they weren't much used by his time. That was in 1636.
So you think that around 1650, the generally harp makers across Europe were breathing a sigh of relief that they no longer had to make these little bray.
Well, by that date is approximately when the first rudimentary sort of semitone mechanisms started to be used.
So they had that.
and so a lot was changing at that time. Yeah. So these, for anyone who doesn't know about bray pins, they make the string buzz, and all they have to do, it's a little angled pin that sits there, and it holds the string in place. The tail goes through the sound box, but the top of it is angled and can be adjusted to just lightly touch the string, which causes it to make a buzzing sound, and it excites also the upper harmonics of the note, so it's quite a dramatic effect. We
heard it beautifully last night with Leah playing.
Leah's playing, it was brilliant. Yeah. So that was
magnificence, I think we called it. Yeah.
A good demonstration. Oh yeah, look, Alison Chappell's saying brays were used through the 1700s.
By the of Bohemia. Yeah, it is a great sound. But I know characteristically when people first hear it, they're like, "What?" Because they really don't expect a harp to make that sound, do they?
Yeah, it's a bit like the trompette on a hurdy-gurdy. You either love it or you just can't stand it.
I think it can depend a lot on the quality of the playing as well.
Yes, but I'm sure that my opinion of why bray pins were used on these harps is they've almost always got such a narrow, shallow sound box that they're not actually very loud. And if you employ bray pins, it increases the volume of the instrument tremendously, which would be useful for it to be heard whilst being used with other instruments or voices, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm going to stop the photos there and come back to you, George, and put my video back on again. That was fascinating. I can't believe it. We've been speaking for an hour there, George, and it's been so interesting.
I was hoping I'd get onto a roll. I've been rather nervous about doing this, but there you go. You've been chasing me up to do this for several years, and I've always ducked out of it. So there you go.
We knew we'd get you in the end. It was really interesting.
Paul talked me into it.
Yeah, my native charm is not enough. I've got to get Paul on the job to do it, haven't
Well,
I?
I had a conversation with Paul, a video call with Paul a couple of weeks ago for a whole hour. So
Yeah.
that the culmination of it was ended up me doing this. We were talking about strings quite a lot, and because I was advising him on stringing for his guitar, and I said, oh, this is actually really important, all of this stuff. Maybe I should talk about that. And he said, no, we'll keep that for another time. So it's about density of string materials and such like. So whoopee, how nerdy.
Yay! That
That's,
should be fascinating. Yay!
he said, we'll keep that for another time. So whether that'll be a talk at the castle or not, I don't know. But
Paul's just given the thumbs up, so it looks like you're in. Yeah.
yeah.
You've got to be so careful making offers like this, George. Well, you know that when we, I think it's 2025, could be 2024, I think it's 2025, and we're having a year which is all about instruments. That's going to be very much the focus for the year. So,
Yeah.
you know, any ideas you've got, we don't have to leave them all till then, but, you know,
I suggested
that year.
I suggested talking about them now, but it's a good job. Well, it would have been that at the expense of something else. I mean, the problem with this, with these subjects, if you're a nerd like some of us are, that all of a sudden you've got people asking you questions about what you spend every day of your life doing and have done for decades, and it just all comes out in a stream, and you don't know where to stop.
The general consensus, Margarita speaks for us all. I think I'd be interested in such like nerdery. So
yeah, well, I know that you're a top nerd, so
oh yeah, we all are. Thank you so much, George. I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Well, you've got another Zoom later on, haven't you? So I'll leave you to get ready for that one.
Yeah, we've got to do another one at 6 o'clock.
It's been lovely to have you with us, George. It's brilliant. And
well, great to talk to you. I didn't get to answer anybody's questions, but hey, you know, that's to wait until another time.
I'll put a couple in. If they came up, I was putting them to you. But if we get any more, we might get some subsequently. I might drop you an email or something and get some answers back or whatever. You know, we can do that, can't we? We can sort that out. But no, it was great, George. Absolutely fascinating. And we will see you in September, if not before. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Bye.
Bye. Bye for now. Bye. Oh, that was so fascinating. It was really, it is just something, isn't it, to hear from somebody who is so totally absorbed in that making process. I mean, most of us, I think, might play the instruments, and we love our instruments. And I'm sure if you're like me, you like finding out more about their history and so on. But we don't get into it to that level, you know, where you actually have to make them. You have to know them so intimately. It's just brilliant. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Right. Okay. It is time for our first commercial break or word from our sponsors. I'm going to show the Renard video. As I explained earlier, this video is going to be shown twice. It's going to be shown again later on. So if you want to escape for a bit and you know, put the kettle on or have a comfort break or anything like that, obviously you're free to go anytime, but I know some of you don't like to miss a moment, but it's safe to miss the next 15 to 20 moments, all right, because it is just Renard. So I think it's safe enough to say that if you want to disappear for a bit, just be back by 25 past, and I won't go on to anything new until 25 past the hour. All right, so let's get Renard the Fox up there. This is a version of the medieval English Vox and Wolf, the story of Renard the Fox, Isengrim the Wolf, and a well. So I shall hopefully share screen. Hopefully the video will be the right way up and all that kind of thing. So let's have a look. Share. The name's Reynard the Fox, that's me. A real pleasure to meet you, and for you to meet me. Welcome to my home, the Greenwood Fair. Why not stick around if you've time to spare? Sit yourself down, relax for a spell, for I and my friends have tales we'd like to tell.
Friends, that's rich, Reynard, even from you. Step aside, Fox, I'll say a word or two. Isengrim, Lord of the Wolves am I, and I say that Reynard's both wicked and sly, a recalcitrant villain, guilty as sin, for ever making mischief against me and my kin.
Oh, come now, Isengrim, I really must appeal. My so-called wickedness is no big deal. I'm a fox, so I'm foxy. What choice have I got? But guilt and sin? What a load of old rot! Where on earth did you get such a crazy idea? Oh, hang on a mo, Wolf. Your brother's here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Primo. How do you do? I'm Isengrim's brother, so I'm a wolf too. Gosh, I'm so excited. What fun we'll have today. I love a good story. Let's start right away.
Control yourself, Primo. There's not long to go. There's just 2 more folk here who need to say hello.
I'm the cockerel Chanticleer. Along with my lady wife, I have come here.
That's me, of course. Pertlat, his lady wife. A saucy little hen am I, the love of his life.
Ahem. Yes, quite. We're both here to play our part.
And with that, at last, we are ready now to start. Apart from a few humans, I see we now have our cast. First a little more music, then the tales will begin at last.
Right, well, first of all, we're going to tell how Reynard and Isengrim met in a well.
Here comes Reynard, out of the trees. Hungry as hell. I'm near beat to my knees. Never in my life, never have I had a burning hunger half this bad. My belly and my bowels, they whine, they grumble. Where's the food we need? They mumble. Paws, claws, have you forgotten your skill? Hunt, kill, feed us, give us our fill. Well, my sharp tearing teeth are ready to slay, but I just can't find any tasty prey. I stay away from lane and street. Men I do not wish to meet. No, I'd far rather meet just one fat, juicy hen than 100 women then. And so my belly groans and I whine from my jaws, and on I pad on my worn-out paws. Until at last I came to a stony wall, which ringed an abbey with its hall. At this, I could only think, here's a chance for some food and drink. Bounding up to the wall, I then found a place where some stones had fallen down. And so, with a single leap, I was in. And I couldn't help but grin. For a hut was there, door open wide, through which some hens had crept inside. 5 hens, in fact, which makes a flock, and with them was sitting a handsome cock. No time to waste then, snap, bite, crunch! On the fattest hen I began to munch.
Reynard! It's you again! A curse on you for the death of that hen, and she's not the first as well, you know. Get out of here, Reynard, just go!
Now, relax, friend Chanticleer. Just fly you down and come you near.
I've done your hen nothing but good. I've simply let her a little blood. I could see she was ill. She was weakening fast, like to die before a week were past. Oh no, don't worry, you needn't make it up to me. I like to do my bit for charity. And oh, friend Chanticleer, now I see it's really fortunate I've come to thee. Your spleen is a mess. You are sickening fast. Another 10 days at best you will last. If you don't want your life to come to an end, please heed the advice of your honest friend. A little blood I will take from under thy breast, or else prepare for thy eternal rest.
Keep walking, fox. Go on, just go, for you have been our chiefest woe. If the monks but knew that you were here, they'd hunt you down, and how I'd cheer, for with spears and staves and sticks and stones, they'd crush your skull, they'd break your bones. So go, and take nothing with you, I say, and God's curse be upon you this day.
Well, I kept quiet. I said no more. I was so thirsty now, my throat was sore. In fact, my thirst hurt rather more than my horrible hunger had done before. So all around the yard I sought, until the scent of water I caught. It came from this handsome wellhead here, and it held water, that was clear.
Right, now pay attention. At the top of the well, a rope was wound, and from each end a bucket hung down. One bucket was right up here in the light, the other was far below out of sight. Now, when that lower bucket was upward wound, it moved up, and the other bucket went down. But Reynard didn't grasp the trick.
I grabbed the top bucket and I jumped in quick. My single aim was getting a drink, but then the bucket began to sink. Too late I regretted my eager action. Now I was part of this clever contraption. To find an escape I racked my brain, but all my efforts were quite in vain. The machinery had me utterly in thrall. No help for it. Down, down I must fall. And so I came to the watery ground, and plenty of water indeed I found. But what with sorrow and what with dread, all thought of thirst clean left my head. Alas and alack, a curse on greed. It makes one desperate beyond one's need. If I hadn't been so greedy for more than I'd got, I wouldn't have landed in this awful spot. I'm caught, I'm trapped, that much is clear. Some wicked devil has lured me down here. I thought I was such a clever chap, but now I'm the one caught in the trap.
Now that's when I came a-prowling, famished with hunger, my stomach growling, nothing to eat and I found all night through, and the pain in my belly, it just grew and grew. Close by the well I heard a wailing noise. Do you know, I could swear that's old Reynard's voice. So down by the well I stopped and I sat. Hello, in the well? Who's there? Who's that? Whose is this voice coming out of this well? Is that my friend Reynard, do tell? Tell me the truth now, speak no lie. Who put you into this well, and why?
Now I knew at once who had arrived, and swiftly a cunning plan I contrived. Cunning as a fox. I would upward go, and Isengrim the wolf would fall down below. Hello, hello, who's that up there? Can that be Isengrim the wolf I hear?
Well, yes, absolutely, you've got that right. But who is it down there speaking out of sight?
Don't worry, I'll tell you up there on high, and not one word will be a lie. I am indeed Reynard, your oldest friend, and if I'd thought that you would descend, well, certainly I would have sent for thee, in order that thou shouldst come with me.
Go with you? Dearest Reynard, where to? Down in that well, what on earth should I do?
Isengrim, Isengrim, thou art not wise. Down here is bliss of paradise. For now, My earthly life I have departed, and my life in heaven I have started. Here I may live in joy forever, pains and cares shalt trouble me never. There's plenty to drink here, there's plenty to eat, and no need to work to earn my meat. For there's no hunger down here, not ever, my friend, and no other problems, world without end. Only good things are here of every kind.
Well, this put me in an enquiring mind. Reynard, when did you die, and how, and what are you doing down there right now? It's hard to believe, since just 3 days ago I met with you and your wife also, along with your children, both great and small, and we sat and we dined, one and all.
Truly we did, but rejoice, my dear friend, for I have come to Christ Jesus in the end. As the first of my friends, I wanted you to know, oh, it's far better here than in that world of woe. In life, filth and sin are all that one finds, but heaven holds joys of diverse kinds. In life one goes hungry, one's stomach empty, but down here are goats and sheep in plenty.
By this point, my hunger had grown so great, I just couldn't bear all this talk of meat. Reynard, many times you have stolen from me, but if you will now let me come down to thee, all of your crimes shall be freely forgiven.
Well and good, my friend, if thou wert but shriven, if thy sinful habits thou couldst abjure, and turn instead to a life full pure, well then happily wouldst I plead for thee, that thou be permittedest to come to me.
Permittedest?
Oh yes, we all speak like that here in heaven.
Very well. But to whom should I go to make my confession? There's no one here fit for priestly profession, unless... Would you, Reynard, my dearest friend, hear my confession so I might make my end?
Well, I'm not a priest, that I just can't do.
Oh, please, Reynard, I'm begging you. I'm so very hungry. By night I'll be dead, unless you will help me as I have just said. Oh, please, Reynard, be my priest, or at least do your best. And so I sat down and pounded my breast.
Very well, poor Isengrim, I will hear thy confession, but tell all thy sins now, without any omission.
Very well, good Reynard, without delay. I have been a sinner every livelong day. I must have eaten 1,000 sheep. Oh, the very thought, it makes one weep. Well, to be honest, it's more 3,000 or 4. But, good Reynard, must I tell you more?
Oh yes, honest Isengrim, thou must tell all, or else for another priest thou mustest call.
Then, Reynard, would you forgive me too? Oftentimes I'm afraid I've been rude about you. You see, people have told me in the course of your life that you'd often transgressed with my dear wife. And fool that I am, I took rumour as fact just because I once caught you both in the act. And what's more, and this really rubs, you know very well you once peed on my cubs, and therefore I hated you. I'm sorry to say, but Reynard, forgive me, be gracious, I pray.
All thou hast done, Wolf, in thought, deed, and word, thou hast confessed it to me, and I have heard. I do now forgive thee in thy hour of need.
Thanks be to Jesus, of sin I am freed, and now that I have cleansed and purified my life, I think no more of my children, nor yet of my wife. So now, Reynard, tell me what I must do in order that I can come to you.
Listen up, Wolf, and I'll make that clear. Do you see that bucket hanging near? Well, that bucket is the gate of heaven's bliss. Just jump in that, but do not miss, and you'll be with me right away.
As you say, Reynard, without delay. Leaping into the bucket with a single bound, I started heading straight underground.
My plan is working perfectly. I'm ready for my getaway.
Well, I began to drop.
And I began to rise.
I was taken completely by surprise. Reynard, what's going on? Where are you going? Will I see you anon?
Where am I going? Why, up, my friend, while you're going down to a watery end. I knew with your great belly you would drop, while I, like a feather, would rise to the top. And at least of one thing I can be sure, you're going to your doom, confessed and pure. I'll make sure the church bells are tolled and rung, and masses for your soul are sung.
In the well only water did I find, and my hunger near drove me out of my mind. Though once rather proud, I was now rather glum, stuck down below with a rumbling tum. Down in the well I lay with no food, hungry to death, in a terrible mood. I cursed that fox and his shining wit.
But frankly, I just didn't give a...
Language?
Didn't care a bit. Now, this well belonged to an abbey nearby, and there lived friars both sleek and sly. One of these had the chore each dawning day of waking the others, their prayers to say. This friar's name was Aylmer, and he was the master gardener. Now, Aylmer got thirsty during prayer that day, and so to the wellhead he made his way. He tugged at that rope to pull up the bucket, but it was so heavy, he just couldn't budge it. But he was sturdy, so with all his might, Aylmer drew up the wolf towards the light. Then Isengrim's head popped out of the well.
It's the devil!
Was Aylmer's yell. Then out come the friars to fight the beast, with staves and pikes or stones at least.
They came to the well and they drew me out and they beat and they battered me inside out. At last, I wriggled free of the fight, I escaped to the woods and I vanished from sight. Reynard had tricked me, that's for sure. No bliss for this wolf, bruised and sore. Only revenge do I have now in mind, if ever that wily old fox I can find. Reynard I will seek, near and far, high and low, for this wolf is now his bitterest foe.
Well, there we go. That was a little tale of Reynard for you. Hope you enjoyed that if you stayed with us. And if not, and you had your break, don't blame you. And I hope that you are all back with us now. So we will be showing that again a little bit later on. And you can have another break then if you want. Oh, so Maria, yes, I made quite a video myself. Thank you. Thank you. That was by far the most ambitious video that I've ever tried to make. And it was a lot of fun doing it. And it was very nice because I was making it for the Bodleian Library. I was able to access a few images that aren't generally in public circulation, if you like, from the Bodleian's own collection. So it was rather fun to get access to those. Yes. Andrew and Veronica, I did the translation from the Fox and the Wolf, Vox and the Wolf. Yes, did it about, frighteningly long time ago now, about 12 years ago. It's the Fox and the Wolf and the Well. We used to perform that regularly as part of our Reynard set. We now don't perform that particular story so regularly live, because I created another story, which we tend to perform as well now. So yeah, but it's good fun. Nice reply from George there. Interesting comments. Didn't matter at the time it took so long to make the first gift, and it was a national learning. You need to do your best to get things right. You can't spend a year making something in the real world without getting paid a year's money for it. Simple economics lesson from George there. Absolutely. Good. Right. Now we have a few more performances for you now. I'm just going to check because I was getting it wrong before, wasn't I? I'm not quite sure of the order, but we are going to be seeing Mondrum, Marinella, and Weights and Measures, I think, is who we've got coming up. So it might take me just a few moments to get to the right place in the video, but I will be with you as soon as possible. And hopefully, if we have the members of Mondrum, Marinella, Weights and Measures, if any of you are around, it'd be lovely to have a chat with you after we've seen a video or two. So I think we have Marinella coming up first, everybody. got a couple of pieces coming up from Weights and Measures, live, recorded live in a concert recently.
Now. The first one is called Tristan's Lament. Some of you may know the sad story of poor Tristan, who was sent away to bring back his lord's fiancée for him to marry her. They fell in love on the way back, and it didn't end well at all. So this is Tristan's Lament, the first one. And the second one is a dance tune called La Rota. And these are both 14th century now, so we're moving onwards. Yes, so how many tunes? See, the medieval fiddle doesn't sound very much at all like a modern violin, as Michael will testify, I'm sure. So it's just a different tone altogether. It's got 5 strings, so it's quite different. There you go. marshal. He was, if you like, who can we liken him to these days? I don't know, I think he was a very famous songwriter. He wrote lots and lots of songs.
Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran. He was the Ed Sheeran of the 40s. And at that time, a lot of the songs that were being written were in the style of courtly love, as they called it. Now, this was a very specific way of writing songs, where there's the man comes along and he's dying for love for his beloved, who is distant and won't listen to him at all.
Very sad.
Very sad. He's sad. So this is another one of those songs. It's called Douce Dame Jolie, which is beautiful, gentle maid, and he swears his undying love to her. Oh. That's sad. Next one.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Yes, he's got time. Thank you. Right. Douce Dame Jolie.
Magnificent. I'm just going to, it was lovely to see you performing live there as well, Weights and Measures. What a treat after the last couple of years. We're just going to have a listen to and a watch as well of this amazing video, which Lucille has put together for Mondrum. And then it would be great to have a chat with Marinella, Mondrum, and Weights and Measures as well. So let's just get this next one up.
Up with him whose lover I am, for I love him more than anything that is, but he doesn't value either mercy or courtliness, nor my beauty, nor my work, nor my good sense. In just the same way I am deceived and betrayed, as I would be if I were ungracious. That your heart is so haughty, friend, towards me, so I have reason to be upset. It's not right that another love take you from me for anything that is said or granted. And remember how it was when we began our love affair. May God not will that my fault lead to our parting. My worth and nobility, and my goodness and my fine heart. That's why I'm sending to you at your house this song that will be my messenger. I want to know, my fine friend, why you are to me so cruel and so harsh. I don't know if it is pride or ill will, but most of all I
Well, the consensus in the chat appears to be the word bonkers, which is of course a compliment. And as we've come to expect, it's great fun. So now,
Can I see the dinosaur sat with Liz at the moment?
yes, is the dinosaur sat with you at the? Oh, there he is. Lovely. Liz, can you introduce us to your dinosaur? Seriously, anyone from Marinella, Mondrum, Weights and Measures, if you want to unmute and say hello and, just introduce yourselves, that would be lovely.
Hi, Jill. Hi, Jill.
Oh,
Hello.
right.
Hello.
Good to see you as well. I'm
Hello.
just here at the moment. I'm very curious. You're not Lucille, Aster.
Yes. Can you see us, Jill? Yes.
I can't, and I don't know why at the moment. So
Oh. Well, Gwilym and I are here. If you can see us, I'm
oh,
not
I
sure.
can see you now. I think it was just
Yeah, we're here.
Tinterweb taking a moment to catch up with it. I was probably just shocked by the Mondrum video. And
It was fun, wasn't it?
it was fab, yeah. So yeah, I was going to say it must have been lovely to be out performing live again.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
And that old church is goes back several hundred years.
It's 12th century. It's just a fabulous place to perform, really. And just so nice, as you say, to be out and about performing, because, we've all had the same problem over the last couple of years, and it's all just starting to happen again. And we're finding, reenactments are happening. We played various battle things, and it's just wonderful to be out and about again.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And that did look a splendid setting, and just down the road from you say as well. So
Oh, yes.
Yes, it's a village called Temple Guyting, just about 8 miles away.
I was saying Temple Guyting, and that didn't. Temple Guyting sounds much more respectful.
There is a professional concert violinist who lives nearby, and he's very keen on promoting small-scale concerts in that church. And he's had a couple of folk singers, and he's had us.
Yes.
And he's very, very keen on encouraging
wonderful chap.
people of all sorts of music to come along and
yes. Michael
play.
Boffman, give him credit for just involving the general public. And it was a lovely opportunity to go out and play some of our pieces that we haven't played out for months, so we're doing another one in Malvern Priory in April, in a few weeks. So that's the next something else to look forward to, really. It's just lovely, and getting us all to, we've been continuing to practice, obviously, and playing and learning new material, which has been quite good. We learned some slightly later pieces, some Susato and things like that, but we still love the medieval, though.
Yes, I will allow you. I will allow Susato. Not using the Dales, obviously.
No.
It's early enough for me to at least be aware of it.
Yes. And it's lovely. Thank you for the opportunity for this, because not all our group are able to travel up to Yorkshire, so we never can bring a full band, and it's just nice to have the opportunity to show what we do.
Thank you for doing it. I do really appreciate it, and we will see some of you at least in September. That would be great.
Fingers crossed. We'll see how we get on.
Not this year, next year. I know it's still a little bit. You're always welcome anyway.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jill.
I'm going to challenge Lucille now to tell us what that was all about.
Hello,
Lucille.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can. Yeah. So
Right.
where did the dragon come in then?
Well, I don't know if any of you watch sometimes on television The Masked Singer. Have you heard of that?
Of course, yeah, I have heard of it. I haven't watched it.
I haven't watched it much, but basically people come on, you don't know who they are, and they don a ridiculous mask, and then they sing a song, and the idea is you have to guess who they are. And so I had this idea of doing the masked medieval musicians, and that you wouldn't know who we were. And
we
so
knew who you were.
Yes, well, it was a bit of obvious, really, wasn't it? Who else would do such a ridiculous thing? Anyway. So I said to Elizabeth, I've got this mask. Have you got a mask? And so Elizabeth produced a mask. Of course.
It was for my grandson, but I stole it. He hasn't seen it yet.
So we've been playing with our grandson's toys. Brilliant.
Excellent. That's just really good. Yeah. Oh dear.
I'm glad you liked it. So the idea was, that you sort of have to guess who we were. And of course, as you know from making videos, and then you do all this and you record it, and then you think, well, what are we going to do now? And I think that I still had the Agincourt movie in my mind, and a little bit of Harry Hill thrown in. If you ever watched Harry Hill, he always, at the end of his program, people come on and he goes, fight! And they have this great big fight. And I just think I'm quite an angsty person as well. So it all just came together in a melting pot. And there we are. So we had a lot of fun with it. And, you know, learning curve as ever, you know, all these things you sort of have to...
Also, I think that over the last couple of years, it's been very challenging in all kinds of different ways, but it has also kind of got us all to just do stuff on video, which has been quite fun, you know, just putting our music with videos to go with. I wouldn't have got into it so much without that. And yeah, it's one positive, isn't it? Yeah, I think so.
And you know, we like to have a bit of a laugh. We love the music, take the music seriously. But when it's like, oh, what should we do as a video? We're always trying to think of, you know, a bit of storytelling, something a bit fun, because, you know, why not have a laugh?
Absolutely. Completely right. Yeah.
So I'm glad you all enjoyed it. Fantastic. Thank you for all the positive feedback. And now I've got to think, oh, what we're going to do next?
We're going to do next.
Yeah. How am I going to beat that? Oh, dear.
We're just waiting to see some of this live in September as well. You know,
yes, I was thinking about that.
I can find this to video. No?
Yeah, how can we bring in the bonkers ladies aspect into our live performance? We you know, ideas and a postcard.
That will leave you to think about. And yes, you get in touch with Mondrum with your ideas and preferences there. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you.
I've just got a couple of minutes as well. Anyone from Marinella, are you around?
Yep. Hi,
Jill.
Hello. I love that video. I was watching it and I'd just been watching Laudate Dominum videos before, you know, as I was putting everything together. And we went from like this blue sky as of Vigo in Buenos Aires, and the lover waiting for her. No. And then we went to the cloud-racked skies of Cheshire, and it was just a glorious contrast. But it was wonderful. It worked really lovely, that sky in the background. Yeah.
It was through lack of inspiration, and I just thought, oh, I'll just do a time lapse from the bedroom window. And we're lucky to have that kind of view, and you can't really see it, but Beeston Castle is just on the left, just by the trees, but we're a bit far away, so you can't really see the definition. But yeah, it's
it worked really nicely, and the harping and the background drumming and everything. Yeah, it was really sweet, and it was a lovely version of that cantiga as well. So it wasn't South Part.
No, well, that was a bit harder to put together, and I kind of lacked inspiration for the tune that we'd chosen. So there's not really a good story to that tune.
The song is yeah, beautiful.
That's that. But we you know, if you ever feel like doing another South Part,
I'll have a go.
Put in my requests. Oh gosh, I just thought of Lucille doing a live South Part. It's a no. It was brilliant. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for contributing as usual, and see you in September. I very much hope. Yeah. Cool. Enjoy that Cheshire sun. It is a bit Buenos Aires out there today by the look of it. Yeah. See you soon.
Glorious.
Cheerio. Right then, where am I? I've been coming up to 3 o'clock. Oh my goodness, I'm doing it. I'm keeping to time. So I'll just briefly spotlight myself and find Lizzie. Are you ready, Lizzie? And I will spotlight you and get you. Replace spotlight. There we go. There she is. Hello. And unmute yourself, and I'll hand over to you. So Lizzie Gutteridge, virelai Workshop, thank you very much for coming and taking part and contributing as usual. Looking forward to making some music in all our various homes. Over to you, Lizzie.
Okay, and this will kind of work as a live concert if you haven't got an instrument to hand and you just want to sit back and listen. It's just a concert with a very relaxed timetable, so there'll be a little bit more faffing between pieces perhaps than there would be if I was performing. But yes, I've got 5 virelai lined up for you this afternoon. And I've got my live looping gear plugged into Zoom. So for those of you who haven't seen me do this before, there are some videos up on the MMitD Music in the Dales YouTube channel. You can see it has its performance kind of side of things, but it also works quite well as an accompaniment for you guys to play along at home. So if you've got your music in front of you, you can, the joy of this of course is you're on mute, so you can do whatever you like. You can make stuff up, you can go score surfing, you can play the same line as me, you can play the harmony parts against whatever I'm doing at the time. And if it goes wrong, nobody will ever know because nobody can hear you, unless you're in the living room with your partner, of course. They'll give you the dirty look if need be. We're starting with Douce Dame Jolie partly because I thought we'd start with the familiar and then move to some of the slightly less familiar tunes. At least I hope that there's nobody here who's come across all 5 of these before. And this one obviously, and some of the others, all the ones in this workshop that are in 3 parts on the scores I've given out are originally single lines and they're my arrangements. Whereas the 2 that are 2 parts are originally in 2 parts. So that's 100% original. Just so you know, this arrangement is from my bagpipe book. So it works well with droning instruments in G if you've got any of those, but you can obviously play any other instrument along with it as well. Oh, one note just on the form of the virelai, and this goes for every piece because we're sticking with the same song form today. We do the A section once at the beginning, then the B section, and then after that it's always 2 A's and B, A, B, A, B, and so on. Finishing, if I remember, with 2 A's at the end each time. How many times we repeat that sequence depends more on how many instruments I've got to fit in and how many harmony parts than how many words there are. So if you're singing, you might run out of words and have to go back to the beginning, but I'm sure you'll cope. Right, let's get some percussion down to start us off. I'm just going to put this on gallery view so I can see some faces. Because it's nice to know. Ah, there you all are. Lovely. It's nice to know that there are people on the other end, isn't it? Good stuff. Okay, so that hopefully was vaguely familiar. Next, we're going to have a go at Ne me chante, which might be less familiar. This is the only one that's ended up in this workshop that's not by Macho. So this is by Parisio. It's in 2 parts, as I said. And I'm just going to be playing it on the tenor recorder, keeping it nice and simple. I'm going to put a drum beat down with it to begin with, because it will help us to keep the beat while we're playing the lower part, which I'm going to put down first. But once I've got the parts running, I will take the drum beat away so we can hear it without, because I think it's more that kind of piece. It's quite a lyrical piece, this one. So remember that structure. We're doing the first section once, the first time, playing the second section with its repeat, with its first and second time bars. And then when we go back to the beginning, we're doing the first section twice. And then the second section with its repeat, and then the first section twice again. I haven't actually got around to putting the A and B sort of markings on it, but it's fairly obvious where the middle is. It's where the repeat marks are. The second section of these very often has that first time bar, second time bar, open and closed ending kind of thing to it. Sometimes it's on the music with repeat marks. Sometimes it's written out. So if you look back at Douce Dames Jolies, it has exactly the same formula, 4 bars that are the same as each other within the B section with different endings on them. So that's sort of part of the common structure of how it works. Right, we'll take this one relatively slow because this is me reminding myself we have semiquavers to deal with. Dum dicka 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 dum, that sort of thing. Get rid of the snare, I think, for this one. So I've got lower voice first. I'll count it in. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that was a lovely moment of peace and calm, hopefully, which we're now going to destroy because I'm going to get the shore mount. So we're moving on to our other two-part piece, which is Dame à mon cœur, the other Machaut one. And nothing very exciting to say about this one. It's the same structure again, A, B, B with the repeats, and then A, and then B, B, A, and so on. Alto shawm coming up on top of the drum. We'll leave the drum in for this one. It's got a bit more of a oomph to it. And then I shall put some recorder on top of that. Yes. Oh, I should actually have a look at the... Oh, yes. Good. Just checking if anyone was asking for help or anything in the comments, but it's all looking very positive, so that's good. Okay, so let me just make sure that this is functioning, that I'm functioning. There we go, you've been warned. That's what it's going to sound like. I'll just move this down ever so slightly. I'm never sure quite how close to put the shawm to the microphone in these situations. And I always need longer legs. Okay. Okay, it's microphone up time because it's time to go for the medieval fiddles. So our last two pieces are also potentially drone tunes. This next one, Command Camoy, is in G. So if you're droning, you can use a G or a D drone. And it's from the bagpipe book where I've got the two G pipes and the D pipe. So the bottom part has a slightly lower range. So I'll be using both of those, but I'm going to use my G fiddle first to get it started. This one is quite spicy. So again, it's a single line originally. The two lower parts are written by me, but it swings back and forth between being in 3, 4, 6, 8 kind of feel. And the accidentals in the B section are quite unexpected as well. So have a little look through it if you've never played it before you dive in. Maybe listen to it go past the first time before you jump in and think, what the heck? What's going on? Anyway, oh, and I've put some silly rhythms in my harmony parts in the B section as well to complement that. So it's the Suzuku piece of the afternoon, shall we say? Keep your brain awake. And the answer is no, it's not still in tune. Soon will be. The more I use my fiddles as drone instruments, the more important it becomes to have them vaguely in tune. This fiddle has a bit of a buzz to it, so if you hear a noise that sounds like a hurdy-gurdy or a microphone overloading, it is in fact this drone string which rattles slightly against the shoulder of the instrument here. It's set very low to it. I presume it's intentional. I quite like it, but it is, yeah, it is me making that noise. It's not your computer gone wrong. Oh, percussion first. I've made a schoolgirl error. I'm on the wrong looper. I can't do a drum rhythm and then put the tune over the top on that one. It won't work. Sorry. Let's try that again. I'm rather enjoying that one lately. That's one of my more recent arrangements. It's probably time I did a proper recording of it. Okay, I'm going to finish off with another firm favourite. Not quite as famous as our first one, but Je Vivrai à Léman. It probably comes as a relatively close second for a lot of people. This one has been included in the John Ball Peasants' Revolt show that I did with Claire Goodall, the storyteller. So I did it at the church in Bolton a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, I think, where we did the very short version of that. I usually start this with a slow version of the A section on the bagpipe. So I'm going to do that. And if you're playing along at home, you're going to want to make just kind of D minor noises and maybe play along in a loose, unrhythmic kind of way with me. And then once that first A is out of the way, we'll drop into the usual structure. I'm starting off with the bagpipes, then I've got fiddle, and then I think maybe a bit of recorder as well. Which means I should have left that microphone down there. At bagpipe level.
Thank you.
Goodness, we've gone through those quite quickly. It's 1:45. We'll have to do some talking.
That's okay,
Unless anyone
Lizzie.
wants to play one again.
That's all right. It's wonderful. Now, I had a somewhat tortured and tense Paul next to me during that whole experience. He was thoroughly enjoying it, but he did on a couple of occasions just say, "How does she do it?" So, how does she build up those layers?
Over and
So
over again until it goes right.
Well, I'm going to hand over to Paul, who's going to quiz you intelligently and musically about that. So, you know, well, he's going to try anyway. So, are you there, Paul?
I'm here. I don't hold out on the questions being intelligent, but I wonder how you manage all this looping wondrousness, and I'm sure many of our viewers also wonder how the looping works. I don't suppose you could just give us a few words of introduction on how that all happens and what magic is involved.
Yes. Now that we've stopped playing, actually, it might be safe to show you, because I've done this in the middle of workshops before, where I started moving the camera around, and then all the audio cables have pulled themselves out, and it's horribly wrong in the second half. But we've done that now. So, the first question. Let's see. You can still hear me? Can you hear me, Paul?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because I've just unplugged what was operating as my microphone. So we're going to go down onto the floor here, so I can see what I'm showing you. This is the bendy laptop, so I can. No, that doesn't work. Camera. See me. Right, 2 tablets.
I see them.
There we go. You see them. Good. So the one on the right here is the one that I got first, and it's the basic one. So I'll talk about that. So record, which I do with my foot, obviously, normally. The red light's on, it's recording. If I press it again, you won't hear this because it's no longer attached to the computer. Sure. But it's now playing and recording. I can hear it. I've still got my headphones on. So now, in theory, you can hear 2 of me. And then now it's playing, but it's not recording anymore. And that stopped it. And that deletes it. That's basically the quick tour of how it works. This one over here has 2 different loops on it, which allows me to do a short one with the percussion on and a long one with the melody, which is where I started on the wrong box and then got stuck. It's slightly annoying because the actual buttons are really noisy. They click, which you probably can hear. So occasionally you'll hear that extra click on my loop, and that's why I've stamped on that one enthusiastically. It's also got some extra special effects here, including fade out, which is always useful, half and double speed, which I use sometimes, and reverse, which I use on that Macho Rondo, the palindromic one, Ma Fane Mon Commencement. So if you want to get into this kind of thing, you need at least one of those pedal sets. You need a good microphone and a cable to attach it to the said pedal set. And then what you can do is then plug your headphones straight into the back of the output. And if all you're doing is playing on your own at home, that's enough, because you can then hear what's going on. If you want to perform, then you need an amplifier for your output. Or what I do when I'm doing this is I then go into a little camera, which is not operating as a camera, it's just operating as my USB mic. And that's where the cables come in from the mics and then into the computer from there. So I can kind of do a quick mix. It's a strange camera, that. It's a lovely camera for recording on. And you can plug the microphones in like that for recording. As soon as you attach it to the computer, you have to choose whether it's doing audio or visual. It won't do both. So hence you get to see me through my lovely normal webcam on these workshops. That's okay. Seeing me is the least important thing, I figure, when we're doing this, because you're busy looking at the music and playing, right?
Well, indeed. And often, you know, the dedicated microphones that have a camera built into them, the camera's not always especially good quality anyway, is it? So might be good to use your webcam to get that clearer picture of you.
Yeah.
So
I've got someone say they always manage to create a gap between loops. It's the stamp of the foot. It's almost like you're playing an instrument. So if you're doing it with a drum, if you can do it with a drum rhythm, you can do it with anything. And it's either as you play that first note or it's instead of playing that first note. And it's getting the same both times. It doesn't actually matter if you're slightly early or slightly late to the music, as long as you're consistent. Because if you're always half a second early, it will still come out the way you want it.
Indeed, I think Helena may have noticed as well that Zoom very occasionally introduced a few glitches. You won't have heard those, but we don't need to worry about those at all. We've just got to manage with the equipment we've got, and some of the glitches occasionally, just for like a quarter of a second, made the sound go away and come back.
Right, yes.
But you don't worry about that, because they weren't on the stacked loop, of course, so each time we came back through, we heard the full sound.
Yes, it's just a Wi-Fi transmission problem rather than a looping problem. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not something that you'd ever have to worry about in a live performance.
No.
Oh yeah. So, Elena's there. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Elena says that when she tries looping, she gets a gap, but she was hearing the sound fine. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what I was talking about with the timing of the feet. It's getting used to having your balance on one leg is quite an important element of it as well. Being able to stand on one leg without falling over whilst playing and keeping your instrument close to a microphone.
I don't know. I really don't know how you manage it. I nearly fall over listening, never mind playing.
Have you seen my baby stage, Paul, that Eric made me?
No, I haven't.
That Macho palindromic piece, at one point I have to use both feet. And that... careful. Yes, stamping on the pedals with both feet whilst playing the bagpipes, I used to fall over. So Eric made me the world's smallest stage, which is just the same height as the pedal sets and is just big enough for both my feet. So that goes just in front of them and I stand on that, and then I only have to lift a toe rather than having to lift my whole foot. So I have to use, if I play that piece, the mini stage has to come out.
Yeah.
I should go in the Guinness Book of World Records with that, shouldn't I?
I'm sure you'd take a title somewhere there. So that's ingenious. So you always have to, even things that would seem quite simple end up being big problems in performance. That you're having to move your feet too much and lose your balance. Which don't matter, I guess, so much when you're at home and you're just having fun creating your own loops. But as soon as you've got 40, 50 people watching you, it's a big deal.
Paul, someone who managed to fall off a 3-foot-high stage.
And that's only an inch tall is what you need, Jill.
Oh yeah, that was an entertaining afternoon.
Oh dear.
But, I had my guitar on at the time as well. I had the guitar on a strap and I went backwards off a stage.
Managed to land on my harp.
It was a glorious moment.
Like I was saying about the recorder earlier, it's always, is the instrument okay?
Indeed, yeah, that's the first priority, isn't it? Then you worry about your back.
What about the actual layering of tunes, Paul? Can you speak intelligently?
Yeah, well, layering the tunes. So, I mean, you've made some elaborate arrangements there. Those are ingenious syncopations and very entertaining, not easy to play. And I dare say any of our musicians listening in and playing along some of the other lines, they won't have found those easy at all, but it's something they can build on, isn't it?
Yes. The first and last ones, the more familiar tunes, those were both arrangements that I originally made for Blondell. So I was thinking of Emily and Belinda when I wrote those ones. They both were written for our albums. So both times, I think, we got the list of tunes together for the album, and then we're like, there's not enough bagpipe stuff. We need some bagpipe stuff. So I kind of quickly raided the Macho virelai handbook and find the tunes and make some arrangements, and off we went, sort of thing. And I find that the virelai form, it's quite fun to play around with what order you add the harmony parts in. So I try and sort of mix it up a bit, so it's not always all of the top line, all the second line, all the third, but sort of switching between them a bit. And I actually use exactly the same pattern for both of those in the way I add them in.
Yeah, it's good. It's very effective. I liked it a lot, and I've not heard that particular set before from you, Lizzie. So I enjoyed that. But you've got quite a few sets, haven't you, as Consort of One?
Yes. Yeah,
So-
it's an ever-growing folder that's getting thicker and thicker with more and more stuff in it. And I do all the way through to about 1700 as well. So this is my second workshop of the day, and the first one was early 17th century music. So I had a bit of a changeover of instrumentation on the table and change of mindset between the two.
Yeah, and hopefully a cup of tea.
Yes, and lunch.
Oh, good. I put your website up in the chat, and Jill has done as well.
Yes, I saw that. Thank you.
So, we invite folks to go and travel through there and have a peep and see what else is going on.
Yeah.
And
if you enjoyed the 3-part arrangements, then those come from the bagpipe books, which are on there. They're the Blondel labelled bagpipe books.
Oh yes, yeah.
So,
they're
plenty more in that style.
Well, it's been brilliant talking to you, Lizzie, and also listening to you doing your looping magic.
Yeah,
it's been great fun. Lovely to be back.
Thanks very much, Lizzie. Lizzie always does so much for medieval music in the Dales. Totally appreciate it. I mean, especially last September, when at the very last minute, because poor old Amias were not able to make it at the very last minute, Lizzie stepped in, and it's hard to think of something that she didn't actually do. She led workshops, she performed in concerts, she did castle stages, and she also manned an instrument maker's exhibition stand as well, and in the odd moment when you weren't doing anything else. So it was amazing, and we totally appreciate it. And you're back with us this September, though a bit less busy, or at least that's the plan at the moment.
I'm not bringing the looping gear with me.
Oh,
because I think everyone's seen it now, right?
Oh, we can never
Maybe
get
the year after.
Never get too much of that. But you are doing a workshop on ensemble playing for the big loud instruments. So
yep, big band,
medieval big band. Yeah, that should be brilliant. Looking forward to that. Yeah, as it says in the comments, Lizzie is just brilliant. There we go. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lizzie. I'm going to take the spotlight off you so you can go and relax now. You haven't got any more workshops to do, have you? No? Done for today?
Oh, no more today.
Excellent. Brilliant. Right.
More tea.
More tea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great. I hope many of you managed to have a play along there as Lizzie was playing. I managed to have a cup of coffee, so that was nice. Oh, yes, I needed that. Good. So we're coming up to 4 o'clock now. So it's time for us to whiz ourselves over to Valencia, I think. Let me just check my schedule. Yes, I'm going to whip ourselves over to Valencia and meet up with Asia. So are you there, Asia? And let me spotlight you.
Here I am.
Add spotlight. There we go.
Can you see me? Hi.
We can see you. Thank you.
Hello.
I'm just going to take the spotlight off me. There we are. And
hello.
You are in your workshop. Wow.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, here I am.
Thank you so much for joining us, Asia. We very much appreciate it. And I know people have been looking forward to meeting you and or meeting you again, many of us, and finding out more about what you get up to. Now, you've prepared a little video for us for the about your workshop. So shall we maybe have a look at that first? And then we can have a chat after that.
Yes, I think that's the idea. Yeah.
Let's do that then. Wish me luck for sharing screen. I've had fun with it today.
Okay.
There we go. Where are we?
Hello, my friends. My name is Asier. Welcome to my workshop.
Thank you very much for putting that together for us, Asya. It was lovely to see. Your workshop is so tidy.
Yes, it is. Yes, I put a lot of effort on keep it tidy and clean.
Well, it's wonderful. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure we're going to have a few questions. I'm just going to remind people, if you have questions, please put them in the chat. I don't know if you can see the question from George. Can you come and clean up my place, please? So George would like an equally clean workshop, I think. George Stevens.
Yeah, I've seen. Yes, I can go and do a sweep. Yeah.
Wonderful.
I accept the invitation.
Oh, good. There we go, George. Sorted.
I can give you some tips on get it tidy.
Housekeeping, yeah, very good. Anyway,
sorry about.
You've had a bit of COVID, haven't you? You poor thing.
Yes, yes. I finally got. I have been 2 years avoiding the virus, but finally I got the second anniversary edition, 2.0 COVID.
Yeah, we had the same. It's
good to know.
You look okay. I'm glad you can join us. So I'll try not to exhaust you, but could you tell us maybe about how you started making historical instruments? What brought you to this employment?
Yes, well, when I was a child, my first hobby was building models, like planes, trucks, sceneries, and for playing role games and so on, like most other childs. Yeah. And when I was young, years later, I started studying guitar. And at some point, I think my head asked me to join both hobbies. And I think I built up a dulcimer kit I think, yeah, I don't remember when, but I finally got a kit to build a dulcimer, a mountain dulcimer. And years later, I discovered the violin making career in the Bilbao Conservatory, and go there to study that.
So you went to the conservatoire and studied instrument making, or
yeah,
yeah, mm-hmm.
Yeah, violin making, yeah.
Oh, right, violin making. So you have made bowed instruments as well, and well, you do now, don't you? Yeah. There's George. We met George earlier on, George Stevens, and he was saying how he had not made bowed instruments, just plucked string instruments. So yeah, that's really interesting. Do you play as well, Asia?
Not really, no. I play a little the Renaissance vihuela, this instrument here.
Yep.
But only for me. I like to study and discover the sound, just to test my own instruments.
Yes, of course.
There are always musicians around here because I live in a medium big town, and I have almost all day visit of musicians who play and test instruments, and so
perfect,
surrounded by them.
That's a good system. Excellent. So what is the most important thing for you when you construct a medieval instrument? What are the most important considerations for you?
Well, my main aim is to get timbre is called this feeling, this sound feeling in the instrument that matches the idea I have of this timbre of this instrument when it was played in its time. But to be honest, the first I see in a medieval source, in an iconographic source, is the shape of the instrument. That is which first attracts me. Okay, then the proportion of the instruments, and yes, the playability of that concrete model.
So if you find a good source, a good medieval image, you will try to recreate the instrument as it is in that image, but as you make it, you will think about the playability and make some changes or adaptations to make it a good working instrument. Is that about right?
Yes, it's about that, but sometimes one question appears after some of the work is done.
Yeah.
Some of the research is done, right? Because some instrument can be unplayed, can look and can looks unplayable.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not the problem on the instrument, but the musician who has to research a new technique for that instrument.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have always that balance between. I think I always say that it is a group work.
Yeah, a collaboration.
A collaboration, yeah.
And the players, yeah. So you tend to trust the medieval source.
I tend to, yeah. Not in my beginning as an instrument maker. When I was influenced by modern instruments.
Yes. Yeah.
To be honest, yeah. But time by time, as I have been researching and assisting to festivals, conferences, and so reading a lot of books and treatises. It's called treatises.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've discovered that there are so much research to do still. And you have to be very open-minded.
Yes.
For this.
Yeah, absolutely. That sometimes maybe we look at a medieval picture and think, oh, that's impossible. They don't know what they are drawing. They don't understand. But maybe the pictures are better than we think. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's always worth trying to reproduce.
It is very common to put the blame on the painter.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
The painter didn't remember the real instrument.
Yes.
Painted the rose here or the bridge here, or
yeah. And sometimes they do make very strange mistakes, I think, but you know.
Yeah.
So you talk about a collaboration between the player and the maker. Is there any problem meeting the needs of the modern musician and being authentic to the medieval instrument? Is it a difficult relationship or productive?
It depends on the customer. Yeah, but at the end, my job consists in making instruments for the musicians. My ideal is to do them, make them as close as possible to the iconography.
Yeah.
But at the end, I have to make instruments. It's my job. So if some musician needs an instrument to start in medieval music, and it has to be a violin in disguise of a fiddle, it's called like this. We'll see. Yeah. I finally do it.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. But I probably won't put it in my catalog.
Yes. Special commission. We don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yep. Now, my next question for you, I am a little bit nervous about, because George Stevens said, this is the question people always ask, and it's a bit boring. So I'm going to ask anyway. How long does it take to make a citole?
Yeah, to make a citole.
For example.
It depends on the, nowadays I work in 6 models, 6 different models.
Yeah.
Even more.
Right.
But the main models I make, it depends between 1 and 1 month and a half.
All right.
1 month or 1 month and a half.
Yeah.
Real time. I mean, real time. But in the workshop, I usually work always at least in 2 instruments at the same time. And I also have this restoration work, repair work, which sometimes is urgent because there are students in my town who broke their violin, they rehear the bow, they lose the guitar, and I drop the guitar and I have to restore them. So this seems to be, perhaps this seems to be a bit, how is it called? Not serious work. Seems to be perhaps not very serious, but in fact, it is good for me to take some distance from an instrument.
Yeah.
And see the process from certain distance. So it's good to stop for several hours or even few days in the process.
Come back, you see it again, and maybe you see more or different things.
Yes, because at the end, I maybe never made the same instrument twice.
Yeah, which is very medieval. We were saying, George, you know, no guitar in medieval times. No guitar was the same as another guitar, and everything is a little bit different. Yeah. George says that it's not a simple question. How long does it take? Because nothing is made all in one go. Nothing is made just start, finish. You know, you it's in little bits of time. Yeah.
Mhm.
Good. So that's a citole. That's interesting. And I'm going to ask a personal question now. Was this Paul's citole that we see in your video?
Yes, still here.
Yeah.
On the workbench here. Do you want to see it close?
Yes, please. Sorry, everybody. This is just very selfish of me, but this is Paul's new citole. Oh, look, Paul. Unmute yourself. Salivate.
For Paul, is this way.
Yes. Yeah. Left-handed. Yeah. That is so lovely. Beautiful. Oh, yes. Can we see the fox?
I made your friend Renard.
All our new instruments have a fox on them somewhere. So there he is. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. We look forward.
Thank you very much.
Seeing it in the flesh. It's beautiful. So tell us what instruments you make.
Which instruments I made?
All the, the variety. What instruments do you?
The variety. Okay. Mainly.
Yes. Sorry. Mainly.
Mainly. I mainly made instruments from the medieval time to Baroque. Block instruments like psalteries, lutes, or kind of lutes, short neck, long neck, or kind of family lutes. Also guitars, which could be in the short neck lute family. Also citoles, hurdy-gurdies, which in fact was the first instrument I ever made from zero.
Oh, wow.
Was a hurdy-gurdy. I mean, the hurdy-gurdy. I mean, it was very hard to do.
Yes, a hurdy-gurdy. Yeah. They are complicated instruments.
I started from the most difficult instrument. I started with that. Yeah.
I remember when you came to Medieval Music in the Dales, you had a symphony. I played a little on your symphony. It's very lovely.
Yes. Oh, symphonies also.
Yeah.
And in both instruments, like symphonies, also fiddles, rubebas also.
Yeah, Rebecca, yeah.
Rebecca. So Baroque guitars, Renaissance guitars, vihuela.
Yeah.
I love vihuela. It's probably one of my favorite instruments.
Okay, good. So that's a lovely collection. And maybe Paul, could you put Asia's website in the chat?
Oh yes,
yeah.
I will. Yeah.
So we'll put your website in the chat because it's a very good website. Everybody, so many things to see on it, and also to listen to on it, because there are performances by musicians that have Asia's instruments. You can see the full range there, and it's all highly recommended. So you won't go wrong with an instrument from Asia. In fact, that's a nice next question. So you work particularly closely, I think, with some musicians. Like, for example, on your video was Emilio Villalba and Sara Marina. So can you say some of the people that you work with in terms of performers and how you work with them?
Yes, Emilio and Sara are a very good example, because they are probably my best collectors at this moment. I think they have about 8 instruments mine, and even some restorations and repair work I've done for them. So yes, but also I have to name here Efren Lopez. Probably you know. He had he's small in how it's called in Greek music.
Oh yeah.
Greek and Turkish music. But he has a very interesting project in medieval music. It's called Evo. 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 Yeah. It's a very interesting approach to medieval music. And he was, in fact, he was one of the first professional musicians who trust in my work. He ordered three instruments at the same time for his medieval project, and were 2 citols and 1 plucked vihuela, one of these long neck lutes of the cantigas. Sorry.
Yeah, Paul has one of these as well, I think.
Yeah, one of them. Yeah.
And who was that?
And
who was that? Who was?
Who is he? Yeah, I can write in the chat. Efren Lopez.
Of course, yeah.
And the band is Evo.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because medieval in Spanish is also called medievo.
Medieval. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah.
Evo is literally a portion of time.
Yes, an age, I think we would say.
Age, yes.
Yeah,
it's very interesting. Take a look for that.
Yes, we will look that up. Look that up, everybody. And we will have a listen to those instruments. So that's good.
I have sorry, I have to name also.
Yes.
Pepe Frana.
Pepe has a
beautiful. Yeah, he's a medieval lute virtuoso from Italy. And of course, my growing family of friends in England, like you, Gil and Paul.
Yeah, I think this is our 3rd instrument from you. So
third,
yeah, it's getting to be a habit. Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, Pepe posted up a wonderful video of him playing a new citol from you.
Yes, a small one.
Yeah, it was crazy good. As
that man. Oof.
I know. We were meant to have Pepe at the festival in 2020, but of course, COVID, and it could not happen. But we hope that we will have him visit us next year.
Yes, that will be great.
It will be great. I know. What is it you say about Pepe? You can't watch him as fast as he plays, or something. Yeah. Paul takes longer to watch Pepe than Pepe takes to play. Anyway, never mind. He's very, very good. A wonderful player. Yeah, and I suppose we should say as well that you make a lot of instruments from the cantigas to Santa Maria.
Yes.
Paul has psaltery from the cantiga, of course, and also the long-necked lute, the long-necked lute. And I don't know, do you feel a special connection with the cantiga images as a Spanish source, or is it a source like any?
I don't really have this feeling of this is Spanish source. I related with this source, not in this way, but the thing that attracts me to this particular source is there are 2 aspects. The first of all is that it is a real complete musical instrumental compendium of that time. That I think that is unique in the world.
Yeah.
And besides that, it's only that instruments, most of them only appear at that compendium.
Yeah, they are.
They are not repeated in churches, in paintings, in sculptures. So this ambiguity gives a point of mysterious that attracts me even more. It makes it more interesting, even.
I mean, it maybe tells us, there were many other styles of instrument that we just don't know because they weren't sketched, they weren't carved. And this one collection is, as you say, like a photographic record of one time, one place, and an amazing variety of instruments. Yeah, it's when people ask us for the long-necked lute, and people ask us, what is the name of that instrument? And we go, it doesn't have a name. So we just say a long-necked lute, or a cantiga a cantiga lute, you know, just to explain where it comes from. Yeah, there's those, aren't they? And the psaltery, that style of psaltery is, I think, also unique. And of course it has, for wind instruments, many strange wind instruments as well, doesn't it? The bagpipe with many drones, which is really unusual for medieval period. Yeah. So yeah, it's great. How many, I don't know if you can answer me this, but how many of those cantiga instruments do you think you have made different?
I think there are two psalteries I still didn't make.
Okay. No, about 5 psaltery.
Yeah. And it is difficult because it appears like 5 or 6 fiddles.
Yeah.
They look the same fiddle, but they have different details.
Yeah.
Also with the citals. So
so there are still many.
I don't remember.
There are still many for you. There are still many cantiga challenges for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Now I'm going to have a look and I'm going to invite anyone else. Do you have questions for Asya? George, you must have some questions for Asya, one instrument maker to another one, or anybody else. Please feel free to put your questions in the chat. You got any ideas, Paul?
Just all.
Oh, easy.
Well, Paul can't think of anything else except his sitol, apparently. So he can't concentrate on anything else at all. But you know, that's it looks absolutely wonderful. We are looking forward to that so much, to receiving our sitol.
I will ship it tomorrow.
Oh, lovely. George has already asked about tidying the workshop. Okay, yes.
I have a quick question, if I may.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi, sir. I know that you have been building symphonias and they are lovely, and I have heard them. They're really, really grand. What I wanted to ask you is about the ones that you make with the accidental F sharp and B flat. How do you come to this conclusion to add those? Is it like a historic decision to make, or something that the player will benefit in terms of repertory?
Yes, of course. That is very interesting. Thank you for the question. That came from a customer who was looking for this Pythagorean tuning, and I asked for the alterations, and she chooses only this alteration. So for me, I prefer to put 1 octave and a half chromatic. It is easier for me because more people can play most.
Right, it expands the range.
Yeah, it depends on the range. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but this particular customer asked for this, and I made it. So now I offer this.
I suppose it allows to play more modes against the drone, as you say, Margarita. It makes the range of what can be played bigger on the instrument. Yeah. On my little symphony, I have tangents that can swap between B and B flat and F and F sharp also, and it's just it makes it a little bit more. George Stevens says F sharp and B flat are usually the only accidentals you need.
He's right.
Yeah, he's right.
He's totally right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Margarita. Do you play symphony, Margarita?
I did until recently. Then I sold it and bought a full-featured hurdy-gurdy to explore more later repertories as well. But I did a lot of cantiga works in the Sinfonia that I used to have, and I hope to have another one in the future, hopefully more historically informed, which is why I make those questions.
Yes, absolutely. I do think that with symphony, especially, it's very, very often when a maker makes a symphony, it is like a hurdy-gurdy
experiment.
Yeah, it's like an experiment, and it's like a hurdy-gurdy, but in a box. And it's too much of a compromise for me between the modern instrument and the medieval instrument. And I like a symphony to be to have less on it, to be more medieval. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that is very interesting also, because I have been working on this, but finally I'm not decided to do all the things I have in my head. If you have seen a symphony, I hope all of you have seen a modern symphony building. You open the lid and you have the wheel protruding, the half of the wheel outside the soundboard. Maybe they didn't have a soundboard even. Maybe the bridge, if they have a bridge, was put directly on the back of the instrument.
The bottom of the instrument.
On the floor of the instrument. Yeah, maybe we don't know anything about the symphonies, except they were square and have keys one side or in another side, because some of them appear upside in the playing view, you know, not down but up. Why up? Maybe because the keys were not like in a hurdy-gurdy, but like in a harpsichord.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it's a primitive keyboard and they only have to push and do this instead of this action with the tangent. They did this against the string, no, and then release, ping pong, ping pong.
Yeah, we don't know.
So we have to do a lot of tests still with this. There is a French luthier on symphonies and hurdy-gurdies that have made this keyboard style. I don't remember his name, but it sounds like any other symphony or hurdy-gurdy, I mean, but looks very factible. It's called factible.
Yeah, we have a symphony by Henri Renard, which has the keys on top.
Renard.
And
yeah, maybe this man.
Yeah, it has a very different action, and you don't press the keys in, but you push them back. Yeah.
This man, yeah, and it works good, right?
It works nicely, yeah. And then I have another one by Brian Tolley, where, as you say, the bridge sits directly on the bottom, no soundboard. And he said he experimented a lot, and making it in this way increased the volume of the symphony a lot. You know, it made a big difference. So yeah.
How do you find this increase on volume with the bridge on the
right down? Yeah,
directly down.
What Brian has, I remember now, what Brian has is he has an extra soundboard sitting like this above the bottom of the box, and the bridge sits on this. So you have a resonant chamber right at the bottom, but the bridge doesn't cut through it. The bridge sits on top of it. So yeah, that's what increased the volume.
I have been making proofs at the moment by I put the soundboard behind the wheel, between the crank and the wheel. I put a small soundboard where the bridge sits, and in front of the wheel, putting or not putting that soundboard.
All experiments.
And it sounds very close, but the one that has is like I found some wolf tones, it's called.
Yeah.
Without the soundboard.
If
you put that, the sound is not very clear. But if you put this and close the resonant chamber, the timbre is better. And the volume is almost the same.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
So,
we need to find one carving in a church of an angel with his symphony with the lid open. Yeah.
Testing the symphony.
How it works, yeah?
Yeah.
That would help a lot, but
that will help.
It's very interesting because we don't know how well. We know approximately how it works. It is a wheel, but the details we don't know. So lots of lovely experiments for instrument makers to try out and see what works better. So yeah, the symphony is a great little instrument. Paul, did you think of what you wanted to ask?
Yeah.
I think Paul has a question.
Hello, Asya.
Hello, Paul.
Similar to the conversation you were just having about the symphonies, the same problem obviously exists for instruments like fiddles and guitars, because the internal construction we don't know, except what later traditions might let us see. Does that make sense? So if you see a 13th century cithole, you can't know how what the internal construction looks like. Is that also then involves much experimentation to get the best possible tone?
Yes. Sorry, what is the question? I agree.
I'm asking, did you have to experiment to work out what strutting might be inside the cithole or the guitars that you make?
Yes, I have tried different kind of soundboard. Again, we didn't know how they made the cithole soundboard, for example. But yes, we can think that it had the less reinforcements possible, no? because fan struts and so on we think is a modern thing, like in a modern guitar, and early guitars had less reinforcements until the oldest guitars we know is they only have a bar behind the sound hole to prevent cracking, but nothing under the bridge. That produces some. I think the internal workings are always going to be. Yeah, of course, George. Yeah, the symphony is the anti-instrument. I think symphony hurdy-gurdy is the anti-instrument. You put 3 bars like this thick, and you cut the soundboard to protrude a wheel. It's okay for the anti-acoustical. Anyway, yes, I have made some tests on citholes, and at the end I made a balance between thick top. You can think in our idea of an early top is a thick top to prevent sinking, but thin enough to sound, right? Okay.
The balance, yeah.
The balance, yeah, that balance. But you sometimes with this has to sacrifice the volume. So in this balance is where I'm working at this moment. Sometimes I've made a cithole with a very thick top and no reinforcements, and the timbre is okay, but it do not project the sound. So the much that I need for playing with other instruments or in an ensemble, I need more volume for that instrument. So at the end I made that balance, and yes, in some cases I add some little struts to reinforce certain points, certain areas of the soundboard.
It sounds so fascinating, your process of experimentation. I have this image of many projects started, maybe not all finished, and you try this, you try that, and you work your way towards the best instrument that you can manage. And it sounds very like that you always make something slightly different, not the same instrument 2 times in what you do, which is interesting. Yeah, it's good. Anyway, unless there are any more questions, in which case speak up now. Thank you very, very much, Asya, especially when you are not so well, that you join us today. And I hope that we stay in touch. I'm sure we will. And maybe one time again, we will manage to bring you to England and you can come and stay in our castle again. You came in 2017, didn't you, when we were thinking about Spain? And
I remember.
So it was lovely, and we had many visitors from Spain that year. It was wonderful. So maybe again sometime. But for now, thank you ever so much, and we will let you go and lie down or have a coffee or something. And thank you very, very much for joining us. It's been lovely to see you. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Belen and Iris also.
Thank you very much for your invitation to let me show you my work again. And congratulations for your online edition. This is
Thank you very
awesome.
Much. Thank you very much, Asya.
Thank you, Asya.
It's been lovely.
Thank you, Paul and Jill. All friends.
All friends, yeah. Thank you. Right, I'm going to spotlight myself, and there we go. So George has suddenly started talking now, Paul. There's experimenting with balance, potentially never ending. Yes, absolutely. He has been piping up a lot. He has, yeah. It was a really interesting from both our luthiers today, just finding out what an intense process it is of experimentation and engagement with the materials and engagement with the sources and engagement with the requirements of contemporary practice as well. It's just a balance all the time. So lovely. Now we're going to move on to something a little bit different now. I'm just going to take the spotlight off myself because I have become aware that it is a bit of a special day for one of our Medieval Music in the Dales regulars today. And I was wondering if Tony and Stella were at hand. Are you at hand, Tony and Stella? If you are, could you please unmute? Because this sounds a little bit intimidating, but I want to have a word with you if you're there.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Oh, why? Hang on a minute, Jill.
Wrong button. There we go.
Oh, no, not again. There you are. There you are. So, Stella, I just want to say that we are aware it is your birthday today. And I wanted to say happy birthday to you,
Thank you very much.
From everyone, I'm sure, at Medieval Music in the Dales, because you are such a, it sounds an odd word to use, but you're such a fixture at Medieval Music in the Dales. I mean, you and Tony, but
yes,
you've been with us since the beginning, haven't you? You came in 2016, I'm sure.
We met you when you were planning the very first festival. And we
were doing an event at Revo.
Oh, right, yes. And you didn't stop us or anything sensible like that. And,
Yeah, no, not at all. We said, oh, that sounds interesting. And although it's 120 miles away from us and a long way to travel, we immediately made plans to come up and have been coming ever since.
Wonderful. Okay. And what is even more special, Stella, because it is a very special day, it's your birthday. Yeah. But also, this is absolutely remarkable because something very interesting has come to light. You will know the Libra Vermel, of course. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
I'm not that old.
No, you're not that. No, I'm not suggesting that. Don't worry, dear. It's not suggesting that. But you will know the Libra Vermel, and you will definitely know the tune for Cunctissimus Conconentes, I think.
Indeed, absolutely, yes.
It's epic, isn't it? I remember the first time I heard it was Belinda singing it with Jogla Racer, and it was just amazing. Such a lovely tune. And I have, with the help of a few other people, I've been doing a bit of research, and I have uncovered a very interesting contrafactum to Cunctissimus Conconentes. And I thought that we should have a look at it now. And what is even more amazing is that not only have I found this contrafactum to Cunctisimus concanentes, but I have also found there it is. I've also found a recording of a monk singing this contrafactum. So I think that we should have a look and a listen to that. And I'm also going to say, because many of us will know this tune, I'm also going to encourage everybody that if you feel like joining in, please do. And I have put the words to the contrafactum up on a little video so that we can all join in with it. But everybody, make sure you're muted. So let's have a look, because this is just amazing. Wonderful stuff. I think it's about to start. There's
Birthday greetings, happy birthday, hooray for Stella. Birthday greetings, happy birthday, hooray for Stella. Hope you have a splendid birthday. We all wish you lots of love. Lots of candles on your cake. We all wish you lots of love. Happy birthday, birthday greetings. Hooray for Stella. Happy birthday, birthday greetings. Hooray for Stella. Birthday greetings, happy birthday, hooray for Stella. Birthday greetings, happy birthday, hooray for Stella.
Thank you.
What do you think to that? I'm not muted anymore, Paul.
I think that's fabulous. Thank you. That's wonderful.
Well, I'm sure it won't come as any surprise to know that I was instrumentally assisted in my researches by a certain Tony Richardson.
Good, were you really? Good heavens.
Yeah, yes, I was. No, we can reveal all now, can't we, Tony? Tony put the contrafacted words together to Cunctisimus concanentes, because as he points out, happy birthday is not really period for us, is it? For medieval music in the Dales, you know, and it works really well, doesn't it? So yes, it was lovely. So we do wish you a very, very happy birthday, Stella. And it was Dickie, of course. Dickie was singing the version for us there.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Oh, was it lovely? Thank you.
He couldn't be with us this weekend because he's doing other stuff, but
yes.
he recorded that. He recorded that for us. So
and we will I hope be fixtures at the Dales in September. Well, we aim to be fixtures there as long as we can both still crawl about.
Crawl up and down spiral stairs.
We hope a good few years yet.
Yes, I hope so too. So yeah,
thank you.
Lovely. Thanks. Lots of happy birthdays to you there as well. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Right. Oh, it's so nice. I think that might have to become a bit of a tradition. If anyone's got a birthday, we'll have to sing them happy birthday greetings. So it's brilliant. So as Tony says, the copyright belongs to Medieval Music in the Dales now. So excellent. Siggy says she prefers that version to the modern one. I agree. The medieval tune is always better anyway. Right, good people. So we are heading up towards 5 o'clock now. And that means that we are about due for a second showing of Reynard. I'm just going to check my timings, make sure I'm right there. Yes, I am. Yes, we're coming up to a second showing of Reynard. So as I said earlier, this is exactly the same video as we saw before, the story of Reynard, the fox, Isengrim the wolf, and their adventures in a well. So this gives you a chance to skip away and put the kettle on, have a comfort break, whatever, and just stop looking at a screen for a few minutes, and you won't be missing anything if you saw it earlier. And indeed, if you want to take a break both times, you can see this video online as well. It's on the Bodleian Library events page, and we will be putting it up on the Trouvere site. I'm not sure if it is on the Trouvere site yet, Paul, but we will put it on the Trouvere YouTube, and of course on Medieval Music in the Dales YouTube as well, so you can see it again then. So I will say, because it's just coming up to 5 to at the moment, if we give ourselves 20 odd minutes, and I won't start anything new until at least 1/4 past the hour. Okay, so take it easy for a few minutes and we will put on Reynard the Fox.
The name's Reynard. Reynard the Fox. That's me. A real pleasure to meet you. And for you to meet me. Welcome to my home, the Greenwood Fair. Why not stick around if you've time to spare? Sit yourself down, relax for a spell. For I and my friends have tales we'd like to tell.
Friends, that's rich, Reynard, even from you. Step aside, Fox, I'll say a word or two. Isengrim, Lord of the Wolves am I, and I say that Reynard's both wicked and sly, a recalcitrant villain, guilty as sin, forever making mischief against me and my kin.
Oh, come now, Isengrim, I really must appeal. My so-called wickedness is no big deal. I'm a fox. So I'm foxy. What choice have I got? But guilt and sin? What a load of old rot! Where on earth did you get such a crazy idea? Oh, hang on a mo, Wolf. Your brother's here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Primo. How do you do? I'm Isengrim's brother, so I'm a wolf too. Gosh, I'm so excited. What fun we'll have today. I love a good story. Let's start right away.
Control yourself, Primo. There's not long to go. There's just 2 more folk here who need to say hello.
I'm the cockerel Chanticleer. Along with my lady wife, I have come here.
That's me, of course. Pert Lot, his lady wife. A saucy little hen am I, the love of his life.
Ahem. Yes, quite. We're both here to play our part.
And with that, at last, we are ready now to start. Apart from a few humans, I see we now have our cast. First a little more music, then the tales will begin at last.
Right, well, first of all, we're going to tell how Reynard and Isengrim met in a well.
Here comes Reynard, out of the trees. Hungry as hell. I'm near beat to my knees. Never in my life, never have I had a burning hunger half this bad. My belly and my bowels, they whine, they grumble. Where's the food we need? They mumble. Paws, claws, have you forgotten your skill? Hunt, kill, feed us, give us our fill. Well, my sharp tearing teeth are ready to slay, but I just can't find any tasty prey. I stay away from lane and street. Men I do not wish to meet. No, I'd far rather meet just one fat, juicy hen than 100 women then. And so my belly groans and I whine from my jaws, and on I pad on my worn-out paws. Until at last I came to a stony wall, which ringed an abbey with its hall. At this, I could only think, here's a chance for some food and drink. Bounding up to the wall, I then found a place where some stones had fallen down. And so, with a single leap, I was in. And I couldn't help but grin. For a hut was there, door open wide, through which some hens had crept inside. 5 hens, in fact, which makes a flock, and with them was sitting a handsome cock. No time to waste then, snap, bite, crunch! On the fattest hen I began to munch.
Reynard! It's you again! A curse on you for the death of that hen, and she's not the first as well, you know. Get out of here, Reynard, just go!
Now, relax, friend Chanticleer. Just fly you down and come you near. I've done your hen nothing but good. I've simply let her a little blood. I could see she was ill. She was weakening fast, like to die before a week were past. Oh no, don't worry, you needn't make it up to me. I like to do my bit for charity. And oh, friend Chanticleer, now I see it's really fortunate I've come to thee. Your spleen is a mess. You are sickening fast. Another 10 days at best you will last. If you don't want your life to come to an end, please heed the advice of your honest friend. A little blood I will take from under thy breast, or else prepare for thy eternal rest.
Keep walking, fox. Go on, just go, for you have been our chiefest woe. If the monks but knew that you were here, they'd hunt you down, and how I'd cheer, for with spears and staves and sticks and stones, they'd crush your skull, they'd break your bones. So go, and take nothing with you, I say, and God's curse be upon you this day.
Well, I kept quiet. I said no more. I was so thirsty now, my throat was sore. In fact, my thirst hurt rather more than my horrible hunger had done before. So all around the yard I sought, until the scent of water I caught. It came from this handsome wellhead here, and it held water, that was clear.
Right, now pay attention. At the top of the well, a rope was wound, and from each end a bucket hung down. One bucket was right up here in the light, the other was far below out of sight. Now, when that lower bucket was upward wound, it moved up, and the other bucket went down. But Reynard didn't grasp the trick.
I grabbed the top bucket and I jumped in quick. My single aim was getting a drink, but then the bucket began to sink. Too late I regretted my eager action. Now I was part of this clever contraption. To find an escape I racked my brain, but all my efforts were quite in vain. The machinery had me utterly in thrall. No help for it. Down, down I must fall. And so I came to the watery ground, and plenty of water indeed I found. But what with sorrow and what with dread, all thought of thirst clean left my head. Alas and alack, a curse on greed. It makes one desperate beyond one's need. If I hadn't been so greedy for more than I'd got, I wouldn't have landed in this awful spot. I'm caught, I'm trapped, that much is clear. Some wicked devil has lured me down here. I thought I was such a clever chap, but now I'm the one caught in the trap.
Now that's when I came a-prowling, famished with hunger, my stomach growling. Nothing to eat had I found all night through, and the pain in my belly, it just grew and grew. Close by the well I heard a wailing noise. Do you know, I could swear that's old Reynard's voice. So down by the well I stopped and I sat. Hello, in the well? Who's there? Who's that? Whose is this voice coming out of this well? Is that my friend Reynard, do tell? Tell me the truth now, speak no lie. Who put you into this well, and why?
Now I knew at once who had arrived, and swiftly a cunning plan I contrived. Cunning as a... As a fox, I would upward go, and Isengrim the wolf would fall down below. Hello, hello, who's that up there? Can that be Isengrim the wolf I hear?
Well, yes, absolutely, you've got that right. But who is it down there speaking out of sight?
Don't worry, I'll tell you up there on high, and not one word will be a lie. I am indeed Reynard, your oldest friend, and if I'd thought that you would descend, well, certainly I would have sent for thee, in order that thou shouldst come with me.
Go with you? Dearest Reynard, where to? Down in that well, what on earth should I do?
Isengrim, Isengrim, thou art not wise. Down here is bliss of paradise. For now, my earthly life I have departed, and my life in heaven I have started. Here I may live in joy forever, pains and cares shalt trouble me never. There's plenty to drink here, there's plenty to eat, and no need to work to earn my meat. For there's no hunger down here, not ever, my friend, and no other problems, world without end. Only good things are here of every kind.
Well, this put me in an enquiring mind. Reynard, when did you die, and how, and what are you doing down there right now? It's hard to believe, since just 3 days ago I met with you and your wife also, along with your children, both great and small, and we sat and we dined, one and all.
Truly we did, but rejoice, my dear friend, for I have come to Christ Jesus in the end. As the first of my friends, I wanted you to know, oh, it's far better here than in that world of woe. In life, filth and sin are all one finds, but heaven holds joys of diverse kinds. In life, one goes hungry, one's stomach empty, but down here are goats and sheep in plenty.
By this point, my hunger had grown so great, I just couldn't bear all this talk of meat. Reynard, many times you have stolen from me, but if you will now let me come down to thee, all of your crimes shall be freely forgiven.
Well and good, my friend, if thou wert but shriven, if thy sinful habits thou couldst abjure, and turn instead to a life full pure, well then happily wouldst I plead for thee, that thou be permittedest to come to me.
Permittedest?
Oh yes, we all speak like that here in heaven.
Very well. But to whom should I go to make my confession? There's no one here fit for priestly profession, unless... Would you, Reynard, my dearest friend, hear my confession so I might make my end?
Well, I'm not a priest, that I just can't do.
Oh, please, Reynard, I'm begging you. I'm so very hungry. By night I'll be dead, unless you will help me as I have just said. Oh, please, Reynard, be my priest, or at least do your best. And so I sat down and pounded my breast.
Very well, poor Isengrim, I will hear thy confession, but tell all thy sins now, without any omission.
Very well, good Reynard, without delay. I have been a sinner every livelong day. I must have eaten 1,000 sheep. Oh, the very thought, it makes one weep. Well, to be honest, it's more 3,000 or 4. But, good Reynard, must I tell you more?
Oh yes, honest Isengrim, thou must tell all, or else for another priest thou mustest call.
Then, Reynard, would you forgive me too? Oftentimes I'm afraid I've been rude about you. You see, people have told me in the course of your life that you'd often transgressed with my dear wife. And fool that I am, I took rumour as fact just because I once caught you both in the act. And what's more, and this really rubs, You know very well you once peed on my cubs, and therefore I hated you. I'm sorry to say, but Reynard, forgive me. Be gracious, I pray.
All thou hast done, Wolf, in thought, deed, and word, thou hast confessed it to me, and I have heard. I do now forgive thee in thy hour of need.
Thanks be to Jesus, of sin I am freed, and now that I have cleansed and purified my life, I think no more of my children, nor yet of my wife. So now, Reynard, tell me what I must do in order that I can come to you.
Listen up, Wolf, and I'll make that clear. Do you see that bucket hanging near? Well, that bucket is the gate of heaven's bliss. Just jump in that, but do not miss, and you'll be with me right away.
As you say, Reynard, without delay. Leaping into the bucket with a single bound, I started heading straight underground.
My plan is working perfectly. I'm ready for my getaway.
Well, I began to drop.
And I began to rise.
I was taken completely by surprise. Reynard, what's going on? Where are you going? Will I see you anon?
Where am I going? Why, up, my friend. Well, you're going down to a watery end. I knew with your great belly you would drop, while I, like a feather, would rise to the top. And at least of one thing I can be sure, you're going to your doom, confessed and pure. I'll make sure the church bells are tolled and rung, and masses for your soul are sung.
In the well only water did I find, and my hunger near drove me out of my mind. Though once rather proud, I was now rather glum, stuck down below with a rumbling tum. Down in the well I lay with no food, hungry to death, in a terrible mood. I cursed that fox and his shining wit.
But frankly, I just didn't give a...
language?
Didn't care a bit. Now, this well belonged to an abbey nearby, and there lived friars both sleek and sly. One of these had the chore each dawning day of waking the others, their prayers to say. This friar's name was Aylmer, and he was the master gardener. Now, Aylmer got thirsty during prayer that day, and so to the wellhead he made his way. He tugged at that rope to pull up the bucket, but it was so heavy, he just couldn't budge it. But he was sturdy, so with all his might, Aylmer drew up the wolf towards the light. Then Isengrim's head popped out of the well.
It's the devil!
Was Aylmer's yell. Then out come the friars to fight the beast, with staves and pikes or stones at least.
They came to the well, and they drew me out, and they beat and they battered me inside out. At last, I wriggled free of the fight, I escaped to the woods, and I vanished from sight. Reynard had tricked me, that's for sure. No bliss for this wolf, bruised and sore. Only revenge do I have now in mind, if ever that wily old fox I can find. Reynard I will seek, near and far, high and low, for this wolf is now his bitterest foe.
So I hope you've been enjoying the afternoon. I think you have been. There's been variously approving comments, so that's good. We try to give a nice mix of bit of performance, a bit of engagement, and you know, information giving as well on the Sunday of Online Festival. This is our third online festival. Did the first one, frankly, just instead of the 2020 September festival, because things were just impossible that year, as you will all remember. And that went very nicely. So we then decided to do one in March, kind of alternate with the online festival in March and the In Real Life festival at Bolton Castle in September. So they're kind of 6 months apart, you know. And so we've done it again. We have done it again this year. I have to say that I think probably just as a result of the way things have been changing, and when none of us are relying so much on online entertainment as we were this time a year ago. So we haven't had so many people come along to this year's online festival. I think we've had quality, not quantity though. So that's the important thing. But yeah, that might mean that we have to rethink of things a little bit in the future, but we will certainly keep doing something online at least. So we're not going to give up on it because we've made so many friends. We hope you feel the same way all around the world. So we don't want to lose contact with you guys. So we will keep doing something. And as I say, in September, we will be recording the concerts that take place at Medieval Music in the Dales and broadcasting them online for people to catch up on that way. I should at this point give enormous credit to our videographer, Ray Wiseman, who does all the videography for us as a volunteer. So absolutely stalwart work. He did such a good job last year, and he's lined up to do it again this year. So thanks, Ray. Couldn't do it without you. Anyway, we have now gone past quarter past. So I think that we can continue with our next bit. And this actually is looking back very topically there to some of Ray's videography from September 2021. So for those of you that were with us at Bolton Castle last September, I hope this might bring back a few memories. And for those of you that weren't able to make it, maybe give you a taste of what goes on at the castle. Things were a little bit different at Bolton Castle Festival last September because we were still pretty much on the COVID lookout, you know. So whereas our concerts are usually held in the charming 14th century Church of St Oswald's opposite the castle itself, in September 2021, we held those concerts in the Great Chamber of Bolton Castle because it's just a bigger, easier to ventilate space than the church. So the concerts, as you're going to see them in this little video, they're not quite as they usually are at Bolton Castle. We will be back in the church for the concerts this September, barring any unforeseen disasters. But still, there's some great music to enjoy here. So the video features just snippets, just excerpts from the concerts by Woodrose, Trouvert, Lizzie Guttridge, stepping into Amias, and Gaita, and some dancing from Gaita as well, because that was absolutely epic. So edited highlights, if you like, of the concerts that took place at Medieval Music in the Dales in September 2021. Let's load up the video and get watching. Just coming up. Okay, some buzzingly magnificent sounds from Trecento, Italy with Woodrose. Okay, thank you.
We're doing 14th century Italian music. You might wonder why Richard here is with another band. He's just helping us out. We're very lucky.
it simple tonight. And I ended up playing 4 different instruments.
in English, first of all, and then we'll proceed to the original with the music.
This is also partly to show that I do have a purpose. I'm not just like I'm like the Bears of Trouveur, just sitting here, just like a cheerleader. Okay, so this is the story in English of what we're about to sing. The other day, in the morning, between a wood and an orchard, I came upon a shepherdess singing for her pleasure. And her first song was...
All the pains of love are bringing me down.
Immediately, I headed her way. And I said to her, right, gorgeous? God give you good day. See? She answered me straight away. She was young and glowing.
Bear with it though,
yeah. And I was very pleased to meet her. Sweetie, I said, yeah. I asked for your love, and you will do well out of it too. She replied,
Traitors, that's what knights are. I prefer my shepherd, Perrin, to any rich man who lies to me.
Sweetie, don't say that. Knights are very worthy men. Who's going to treat a woman right except a knight? Or some such. The love of a shepherd isn't worth a button. Leave him. Be my love. I promise you'll get lovely presents from me.
Sir, by Holy Mary, you are wasting your breath. Many women have been betrayed by these good-for-nothing knights. They're so wicked, so ill-intentioned. They're worse than Genelon.
Whoa, come on.
Pretend you know who Genelon is. I'm going home to Perrin, who loves me true. Give it a rest.
Well, I could see that she wanted to get away, but I stuck at it. Finally, I grabbed her for a cuddle. But she started yelling.
Perrin, I'm in trouble! Trouble!
Oh, right, the hue and cry went up, so, I let her go. I got back on my horse and got out of there. And when she saw me riding off, she said to me with a jeer...
Oh, knights are so brave. We better do the song. We better do it, right?
L'autria palla matinea, contro il voice e un vergier, una pastore trovea, chantant por soi envoisier, et di soit un son premier.
Si médiante les masses
Tanto c'est le partementour que du lui désrégner, celui sens de la hier, le Dieu dit bonjour. Mon salut sans démorer me rendit et sans stadier. Molt et frech et couluré, semiglut à encontrer. Belle vostra ovus quier, savrois de mariciato, et le respond.
Liceu, sunt mestru licevalier, et semperi non vedier, che riciom mente.
Ben, se ne dites mir, chevalier sans troupe valente, qui c'est donc avoir à mia, ne servia sunt elant, votre chevalier intelligent, mais la mode un begerun, certes nervut bautun, ardet funzaniaitant, et magnet, je vous créant, de moyabres riquedun.
Sierra Sente Maria, us pale o Tadam Mavront Trincia, si le chevalier soudoyant, trompe son fausse et mal pensante, pis valente genelum, je mènerai pues en mesum, que perines qui mater, nemete quelleament, lesiets vostre raison.
J'entendis bien la begère qu'elle me échappait. Mut li fits longun proiea, mais ni rien pour conquester. Los la prisa au collier, et elle jette out un cri.
Trahi, trahi,
Tu vois prenant à couper, je la laisse sans démourir, je m'occheva m'empati. Quand elle m'invite à l'air, si me dispara posnier,
chevalier sunt trompati.
Woodrows were truly electrifying in the great chamber there. Even better in the flesh, as it were, but a wonderful, wonderful sound there. Yeah, great improvisations around the theme, Asya, as you say, really astonishing. And the speed of Nuno on the dulcimer there—that's insane. And
Steve on the gurdy.
And Steve on the gurdy. Well, I got used to Steve being amazing on the gurdy, but and Ricardo as well there on the drums. It just all fitted together beautifully. And of course, earlier on when Dickie was singing with them, his voice I thought blended magnificently with the sound there as well. Anyway, we're getting towards the end now, but we've still got a few more things for you. So before I do my little thing about working with manuscripts, we're going to have a look at the second of the chapters from Truver's Medievalia. And this one looks at the Cantigas de Santa Maria, as I'm sure you're all going to know very suitably for the 800th anniversary of Alfonso X's birth. It was last year that the Escorial Library released the two greatest manuscripts of the Cantigas de Santa Maria, the Rich Codex and the Codex of the Musicians. And ever since they came out, really, I've been spending time poring over these wonderful resources, and it's those that I used to put together this second of the chapters of Medievalia, which features 4 of the Cantigas. 4 or 5, Paul? I can't remember now. 4 or 5 of the Cantigas de Santa Maria. Let me load up the video for you. Coming up. There we are. I'll just say there that at the end there we have the credits for the manuscripts there, all from the T11 or B12 manuscripts from in the Escorial. You can find them all online at the RMBE Patrimonio Nacional digital collection, and you can really, as you can see, I'm sure you can really pour in close onto the manuscripts, and they're so fascinating. I mean, the detail of people's lives that you can see in the images in the rich codex, and of course the detail of the musicians that you can see in the codex of the musicians. Just incredible. It's so much fun to look at. The rich codex is the one that has those little cartoon strips for each of the miracle stories. Just wonderful. So much detail in them. Loved looking at them. Anyway, good gracious, I am slightly behind time, but I don't think that matters actually, because I can just fit in my my last little bit here for the time that we got available. So what I'd like to do is just have a look at our consideration of working with the original manuscript sources if you're wanting to put together some medieval music to present to people today. Because it can seem a little bit scary. But the thing is that so many of these sources just are so easily available these days. You know, we can go and look at the originals of the Cantigas de Santa Maria in the manuscripts that I was just talking about then. We can look at the Chansonnier de Roy in the Gallica collection of the French Bibliothèque Nationale. We can look at the original of Angelus ad Virginem in the British Library collections. Just wonderful. But of course, the medieval notation is not the same as contemporary notation, and the writing, the actual words, the lyrics of the songs, which are almost always involved, it's almost always a song that we're looking at, that can be quite difficult as well. But despite all that, it's not impossible to start having a look at these manuscripts. So what I'm going to do, it'll be a very brief kind of look at the history of notation, and then maybe we'll have a closer look at a few manuscripts and see some of the pleasures and pitfalls of what we can do there. So let me just find a little thing that I wanted to read out to you. Yeah, there we go. So in the 7th century, Isidore of Seville said, unless sounds are held by the memory of man, they perish because they cannot be written down. Suggesting, you know, very strongly, he's talking about music specifically there, that music at his time could not be written down. There was no effective notation for music. Just 4 centuries later, in the time of Guido of Arezzo, Guido said, I'm going to do the Latin for this one, musica sine linea est sicut buteus sine fune. Music without lines is like a well without a rope. So quite a change there. The first one saying, you can't write music down. And the second one saying, unless you write it down, it's not really there. Of course, they're both wrong to a certain extent, aren't they? Because Guido was wrong to say it can't be written down. I mean, there were systems of writing music down before his time in the classical world and the immediate post-classical world, and in various parts of the world and Europe in more particularly, they are writing music down. They're beginning to write music down. There are very many different ways of doing it, but they are around. And Guido's equally wrong to say that unless music's written down, it doesn't exist. Yeah, get out of here. That's just rubbish, you know. But Guido obviously was very pleased, and rightly pleased, at the innovations and developments that he'd managed to achieve in the writing down of music. So the story of music in the Middle Ages goes hand in hand with the story of the development of notation. At the beginning of our period, as with Isidore, music is largely not written down. There is no consistent approach to the writing down of music. And it's only just beginning to happen in selective places for people's own purposes, for one monastery's own purposes, for example. By the end of our period, music is being written down massively, widely, and everywhere. And indeed, at the end of our period, with the invention of printing, music is being printed. And by the time we get into the 16th century, after the end of our period, we're going to see a massive explosion in the printing of popular music, which is going to bring about a huge change. So that is a story that's going on right the way through our period. I'm going to be focusing in what I say about actual manuscripts and the actual manuscripts we look at in any depth. I'm going to be focusing on the 13th century, because it was really in the 13th century that the notation of music really began to be standardized in any form. And it's in the 13th century that it begins to be readily accessible to us today. Anyway, I'm going to call up some slides to help us guide through what the rest of what I'm going to say. So here we go. Let's share that and find it there. Okay, working with sources. Those of you that were on the summer school with me last year, you might recognize the sources, the slides here, because this is a kind of cut down version of some of the material that I presented at the summer school last year. So yeah, we're looking at working with the sources. All right. So medieval notation, it is a story. If you think about the notation that we're familiar with today, it's something that is and has been broadly static since, well, for a long time, since roughly the end of the 18th century. So if we just have a look at the next one here, I'll come back to that. With minor adjustments, it's been familiar since the end of the 18th century. Someone from Mozart's time could have a look at music written down today in our modern stave system, and he would know, or she would know, where they were and what they had to do to perform that music. And in the same way, we can look at notation from the 1780s, like this piece of Handel here, and we know where we are. This is mid-18th century, in fact. So in the 18th century, it's easy to think that we've kind of reached a peak of notation. We've reached the end of history as far as notation goes in the 18th century. From there on, nothing really changes. We've done it. We've managed to notate music as thoroughly and in as detailed fashion as possible. I'm sure that's not the case. And I know it's not the case, because there are modern musics which are being recorded and written down in massively different ways. And I think also that with the increased facility for recording music, recorded music, on CDs and digitally or whatever, that is another way of notating music for us nowadays, in ways that we can use to reproduce the music if we want to play it ourselves. A lot of people do that. We shouldn't kind of dismiss that because it's not written down on paper. So this kind of notation, our modern notation, it gives a massive amount of detail. It tries to give you all the information that you need to recreate a piece exactly as the composer intended it. So the pitch is noted very, very clearly. The rhythm is notated very, very clearly. There are dynamic notations as well to indicate just how a particular piece should be played, etc., etc., etc. It's trying to represent visually the sound of the music, but with as much detail as there is when you hear it, there it is visually on the page. That's the approach. That's what they're aiming for. But medieval notation is a bit different from that. It's more like a guide, but it's not the case that it's just doing the job badly. It's a little bit more complicated than that. It's easy to see it as just a kind of bit of a dodgy stage in the process of notation that becomes perfected in the 18th century. But the medieval scribes and the medieval musicians, they're approaching it from a different perspective. They're not necessarily wanting to write down the music as a complete definitive guide to how this piece of music should sound. Notation is constantly evolving in the medieval period. It's evolving over time, and it's varying geographically as well. So we can't rely on it as an alphabet or like a dictionary to how it should be done. We can't regard it as anything but stable. And getting back to my previous point, we shouldn't regard it in that way, because that's not how it worked. It's not what it was trying to do. That idea is, I should be honest, that idea is beginning to develop in the period. I mean, at the time of Guido of Arezzo, no less than the Pope remarked that with the stave notation that Guido had developed, he was able to sight read a piece not known to him previously without any error. So people began to realize that this writing down of music could be used to transmit a piece of music exactly, but it had nowhere near the amount of detail that we require now. Also, when it was written down, it's fairly clear to see that the scribes of medieval music, they didn't approach their writing down of music in a very exact or kind of copyist kind of way. We'll be familiar, I'm sure, if you think of something like troubadour songs, of which there are many versions, the popular troubadour songs like Canve la Lausita, for example. None of those versions is exactly the same. And that's not necessarily just a case of Chinese whispers going on and the scribes, the people in different parts of Europe or different towns receiving just a different version, but trying to write that down as exactly as possible. It's not necessarily like that at all. A scribe was part of the composition process of a medieval piece. Writing down a tune for a medieval scribe was in its way a kind of performance as well, a visual performance of that piece of music. So just as every performer surely is bringing something new and original to a piece of music, and in the medieval period, there was not the expectation that anything should be slavishly represented because there was no fixed version of how a song should be. But just as a singer would bring their own interpretation to the piece, a scribe could bring their own interpretation to a piece as well. So it's a process, continual composition of musical pieces, and the scribing, the writing down is part of that ongoing process. So that's a very different approach, I'm sure you'll agree, to what the manuscript is there to do and how it is actually functioning. Okay. Right, so let's just skip back to the previous thing there. Right, so these are my kind of 3 watchwords to any attempt to recreate or reproduce a medieval tune. The 3 golden rules, Jill's 3 golden rules. And the first one is try not to be modern. And the second one is forget what you know. And the third one is try to be medieval. So what do I mean by those? Well, try not to be modern is try and steer clear of characteristically modern approaches. And that might be if you're putting together an accompaniment to a medieval piece, then maybe steer clear of a changing progression of chords, as we might find in a modern pop song or rock song. Try to think more perhaps in terms of drones, for example. So you try, that's trying to be medieval, but try not to be modern. Steer clear of that kind of approach. And also another modern approach is thinking the only thing I can do is reproduce what's on that page exactly. And you might be working from a manuscript, or you might be working from a modern edition. And if you're working from a modern edition, don't feel that you have to be enslaved to that version that you're seeing in front of you there. Trying not to be modern, trying to steer clear of that. There is only one right way to produce this music. There is one perfect version of this tune, and that's what I have to reproduce. That's the modern feeling, and that's the modern feeling in notation, and that's not a very medieval way of going about things. Forget what you know is a development of that idea as well. So forget what you know about counterpoint, forget what you know about the right kind of cadences that should be provided in a tune, forget what you know about major and minor being the only 2, predominant modalities that you can use. Forget all that. Don't bring that to medieval music. There are obviously things that you can bring to medieval music. Of course there are. Your musicality, you're going to bring in all kinds of different ways that you've developed as a modern person, but a general, don't try and keep those modern things in mind, and try to be medieval. So yeah, maybe think of a drone with a floating melody on top of it, as opposed to changing chords, for example. Try to think about a progression of melodic lines in what you do, rather than a progression of horizontal chords in what you do. So trying to be medieval. And all of those things apply as well to the interpretation that you're going to bring to a tune in a medieval manuscript. Right, let's move on. Skip past Handel. Okay, so there we have a collection of medieval manuscripts. There are the details of what is what at the bottom there, and I will put this PowerPoint presentation as a video on YouTube, along with all the other videos from the weekend. So you'll be able to look at that and consult those manuscripts in more detail as you go along there. But the earliest in the top left there is neumes. You can see the squiggly shapes of the earliest style of notation, pre-12th, 13th century really. And it's moving on through the 12th century in the one in the top middle, bottom left, mid-13th century, and on the far right into the 14th century from the London manuscript. And you can see, if you contrast the one at bottom left, which I think is from the Chansonnier de Roy at the end of the 13th century, with the London manuscript from the end of the 14th and very beginning of the 15th century, you can see how much more detail there is in the London manuscript and the later manuscript compared to the earlier one. So we can see there that the story of the development of notation in the Middle Ages is, very broadly speaking, a transformation which is a move away from the indication of a moving melody to an indication of the discrete notes in that melody and how they relate to one to the other. The neumes, and the word neume comes from the Greek for a nodding motion, right? So a neume is an indicative symbol of movement. So the neumes, these little squiggly signs, they are indicating in earlier manuscripts how the melody moves. So it might be that a neume indicates that the melody rises at this point, and at another point that the melody falls back down, or even that it moves up and down over a note. So it's motion, it's a tendency, but it's not exact pitch, and it's not exact rhythm. In the 14th century piece, we have much more of exact notation and, well, pretty much exact notation really, and we have a lot more of exact indication of rhythm. So that is the broad trend in the development of the notation of medieval music. By the time we get to the end of the 15th century, it's looking very, very familiar. But as I say, I'm going to be focusing on the 13th century, which is basically the bottom left of our manuscripts there. Okay. Before we carry on directly to Achanta Mer, right, I'm just going to have a few more words, right, about things. Okay. So, medieval notation's a story, as I've just said, in regards to the movement from motion to exact notation of notes. But it's also a story in the movement from orality to literacy. So before, if we think about Isidore of Seville, unless it is held in the memory of man, then music will die. Isidore's talking about an oral culture where the music is held in your head, held in your memory, and it is transferred by the act of you singing it or playing it. And that's the way it will get into somebody else's head through their ears, and they will hold it and they will be able to carry it on. So this is an oral culture. It starts, medieval music starts with remembered music passed on by word of mouth. And this appears to be true even in the church, where musical literacy arises much earlier. And it seems always to have been present in some places, one place or another, throughout the period that we're talking about. In the early church, the tunes were handed down, earliest church, the tunes were handed down orally, as far as we can see. And the earliest notation is added to pre-existing texts without words. The fact of this oral transmission, this affects the process of writing down. It's never at this stage a how to do something. It's a reminder of how something is done. You can imagine that an experienced church cantor, somebody leading the choral singing in a church, he could look at neumes, and that sense of the motion of a piece that he could pick up from the neumes, that would be enough for him to know where he was. He would recognize he had enough in his head. It was all there in his head somehow, somewhere. And a visual reminder of the motion of the song would be enough to bring that out and for him to pass it on to his choristers. And outside the church, that way of passing on music, that persisted much more dominantly for a lot longer. And arguably, I think, well, it keeps going into modern times, into the times when Cecil Sharp and his friends were writing down folk music. This is how a lot of folk music was passed down, even into modern times. But the invention of the printing press and the writing down or printing of popular music began to eat away at this process of oral transmission in popular culture. But music started to be written down comprehensively in around the 12th and the 13th century. And that's interesting because that's also the time when generally literacy was becoming more dominant over orality. Previous to that kind of time, the medieval folk existed in an oral culture, even at highest levels in society, where stories were passed on by tale tellers rather than by tale writer downers. And we can, even when stories begin to be written down in the 12th and the 13th century, with this growth of literacy outside the church, even when they begin to be written down, you can see in these early stories clear evidence that they come from told tales, because you will have in these written down stories phrases like, as I told you last night. So he's referring to like the previous chapter in an epic story that he's been telling a little bit of every night in a continuing series. And you have things like, anyway, I'll stop talking now because I don't want to bore you about this, and I'll move on to something else. So you have the voice of a tale teller in the earliest writing down of tales, chanson de geste and that kind of thing. But it is this time when they are starting to be written down, the words of stories, and at the same time, the notes of songs are starting to be written down for general consumption as well. And as I said earlier, whether it came to the words of tales or the notes of songs, both performers and copyists, scribes, they felt at liberty to adapt and to alter the thing that they received. This is a vital thing. Most of us will be familiar with the great watchword of authenticity in historical recreation of any kind. We will never know if we have got things right. So, you know, this can happen with reenactment and all kinds of different things. The recreation of a Shakespearean play, in the same way, of a historical play or historical music, we will never know if we've got it right. But in terms of medieval reading and performance, we go a little bit further than that. This is what I'd say: there is no definitive right that you can uncover. It is always changing. It is always variable. That doesn't mean that we can't get things horribly wrong. There's a lot we know about how medieval music was written down, about the frameworks of medieval musical theory. We can try to understand those frameworks. Definitely, we should try and understand those frameworks and get close to the medieval sound. But when it comes to a particular tune or a particular tale, there is no definitive right that we can uncover. We should bring ourselves to the piece. Oh, I see now, I wrote down Paul's great contribution to this debate, which was don't make the wrong mistakes, make the right ones. Changing the end of a melody, because that's the way it works best on your medieval instrument. That is a medieval wrong. and it is right. So long as it's not just your favorite Led Zeppelin lick that you put onto everything that you play. Anyway, so there we go. Let's have a look at A Chanta Mer then and try and bring some of these ideas. So when we try to be medieval, we have to get a grasp on some of the medieval frameworks for music making. And being very general and very introductory, that means that we might want to talk about rhythmic modes and melodic modes for medieval music. Understanding both of these and being able to identify them will help guide you if you come to uncovering a melody in a manuscript, particularly where parts of that melody might be unclear, which is often. So this should help you. So let's have a look at this A Chanta Mer, or A Chanta Mes, as I should more properly call it here, from the Chansonnier de Roy. Many of you will know this song already, and we've indeed heard it today, haven't we, in our gloriously bonkers version by Mondrum. It's an interesting example of a song here because this is the only musical version of A Chanta Mer. There are several versions where it's just the words that have been written down, and there are several verses in Occitan, and the words are very well attested in Occitan, but none of those Occitan versions have the music with them, which makes this so especially precious because not only is it the only extant troubadour, female troubadour song with music, it's the only extant version of this song, of which there are many versions, the only one with music. So the song was originally written in Occitan. It's a troubadour song, and the words survive in Occitan. But in this version, the version from the Chansonnier de Roy, Français 844 in the Bibliothèque Nationale, the words are in a weird kind of Frenchified version of Occitan. And this is because this particular manuscript was produced for a French-speaking audience. They would not have understood the Occitan of the original. So this is in French, but it's kind of Froxitan, if you like, Franglais, Froxitan. It is French, but it's got Occitan hints and flavors to it. It would have sounded, I think, pleasingly a little bit exotic to the French men and women, the French-speaking men and women that were listening to it. Now, the syllable pattern of the song, and we'll see later that syllables are hugely important in understanding any medieval song. The syllable pattern of the French version and the Occitan versions is quite different. So and what that comes down to is if you try to sing the Occitan version, and it is almost always the Occitan version that is sung because there's only one verse of this version, and there are many verses extant in Occitan. If you try to sing the Occitan version to this music, it doesn't really fit. And that's problematic. It's not a good match. We have to bear in mind, what that means is we have to bear in mind that the original version of the melody of A Chanta Mer could have been quite a bit different, certainly in details, it could have been different than this Froxitan version that we've got here. Possibly the French version was made to fit the Occitan music, but just not very well. So we got different syllable counts. That I think might well be the case here. Let's be hopeful. Let's have that more hopeful version and think that the music that we have here isn't too far different from the Occitan original. So A Chantar, we can say about its melodic mode and its rhythmic mode. So A Chantar is in the Dorian mode. If we look at it closely, it clearly resolves on D. There are no accidentals, and it clearly resolves upon D. And it often develops from A, which would be the fifth of the Dorian mode. So if we can in this way, if we can identify the note upon which it resolves is highly likely to be the tonic of the piece. And if that is reinforced by the fifth of that particular tonic also being very dominant in the piece, those two things will help you work out the melodic mode of the piece. And a cantar is clearly in D Dorian. And it's in the first rhythmic mode. Now, let me see if I've got my rhythmic modes there. So these were, if you like, the dominant patterns in which music might exist, dominant rhythmic patterns in which music might exist, and they derive from poetic patterns, poetic theoretical patterns. So the first rhythmic mode, D, 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 long, short, and the second mode, short, long, D, 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 D. I think we heard something about this last night, but I can't remember who talked about it, sorry. Third one, D, 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 long, short, and so on. And it is the first three that are by far the most usual to be used. Now, how do we know that it's in the first rhythmic mode? I'm trying to remember how I worked it out, really. It's partly a question of, if you look at the last syllable of any line, it's likely to be the first note of the modal rhythm. And then you look at the preceding words and see where the natural stresses fall. And it will characteristically be the stressed accented syllables on the long notes, because they are the ones that are emphasized. Now, we'll come back to that in a moment. We've just got three versions here of a cantar mes to look at. And the first one, which I've taken from the wonderful medieval lyric collection under Margaret Switton's direction. This is how you will often find a medieval tune written down in a good, respectable edition these days. It's written with as little added as possible. There is very little clear indication of rhythm in the original at this date, so they haven't added indications of rhythm. It's kept neutral, as close to the original as possible. And it's a good idea if you're transcribing to write out something like that first of all. This is what I tend to do. I write out a version like that first of all, not adding in very much at all. And then when you've had to think about the rhythmic mode, you've worked out what is the basic stress pattern and the typical stress pattern of the piece, then you might want to move on from that and start to write it in the notation that you're more familiar with. Although I would always say don't be a slave to that notation that you're going to choose. Now, the one on the right here is my version that I put into strict rhythmic mode. So I've really, if you like, overemphasized that long, short, long, short, long, short feeling of it. So a cantar al cor che non devri right? A cantar mes al cor che non devri. It's very strictly kept to that dum 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 dum. And looking at the stress pattern of the original poem, that is clearly the feel that it has. A cantar mes al cor. I'll sing, but at my heart. These are the words that are emphasized. A cantar mes al cor, che non devre. I don't want to. Yeah, it's clear to feel the rhythm of the piece. But if you do it like that, it's there, but to overemphasize it like that seems a bit much. And that kind of extreme regularity of pattern is, again, maybe not particularly medieval. To force it into a very regular kind of bar by bar by bar regularity of rhythm is something which just doesn't feel quite right. So maybe having uncovered that basic rhythm and understood how it works, then you can start to play around with it. So a cantar mes al cor che non devri. We still got that rhythm there, but it's held back in places, pause, and you might reverse it at times as well if you want to emphasize a particular word in the line. The version in the middle was just to show how different the same piece can be interpreted a little bit differently. In the middle version, it's a version put together by Paul, and he's put it into duple rhythm rather than the compound triple rhythm that I chose to go with. They both work, and again, Paul would say if you're doing something based on his version there, that's the feel that it's got, but don't be a slave to that suggested rhythm. Try not to be modern. Try not to think in terms of regularity of crotchets and quavers and everything kind of adding up very exactly, I suppose is what I'd say. So A Cantar Mes, it's a beautiful, beautiful tune. You will find many versions of it online. I'm sure many of you sing it yourselves. And it's a really nice example to have a look at in the original and see what you make of it. Okay, there it is in the original from Française 844. Some rhythmic modes to help you, 3 different versions. Okay, so now this is another one that I found interesting to have a look at. This is Les Grands Désirs. Now, if A Cantar Mer is one of the best known of medieval songs these days, rightly famous, Les Grands Désirs is one that hasn't really cracked the medieval top 20, it's fair to say. I think it's still a perfectly good song, but it's, yeah, it hasn't made it big. I don't think it has ever been recorded, though I am welcome to be proved wrong. It comes from the same original manuscript, the Chansonnier du Roi, Français 844. It's very near the front of the book, and that's because it is associated with a very high status person, Charles of Anjou, the first Angevin prince king of Naples. And this book was closely associated with Charles of Anjou. It may have been commissioned for him. He certainly ended up owning it, or his royal house ended up owning it in Naples by the end of the 13th century. And in the Chansonnier du Roi, the trouvères, of whom there are many featured in the work, they are introduced in descending order of importance, basically. So the king, Charles of Anjou, he comes very near the beginning of the book. And this is one of several tunes by him that feature in the Chansonnier. So it's interesting, this one. We've got, I'm just going to see what I've got on the next page here. Oh, okay, yeah, there's the original of it there. Les grands désirs et la douce pensée que j'ai pour vos dames, etc. Qui valent tant, valez tant. So the great affection and sweet thoughts that I have for you, my lady, who I value so much. Typical kind of trouvère. Oh yeah, oh I love her so much kind of song. Very courtly, very gracious. So there it is in the original. Now, as far as I know, there are 2 existing editions of Les Grands Désirs existing in modern times, and the one on the left is the one by John Maillard from the 1960s, the French musicologist, and the one on the right is by a certain Paul Lee of Trouvère. I don't know if you've got an instrument or you're confident of sight singing, but you might want to try singing those 2 versions or playing those 2 versions. And if you did, you would find that there are a few little differences, of course, but there is one big difference between the 2. There is one particular stretch of the music that in Paul's version is a third apart from the version given by John Maillard. And if you do play them, we tried this at the summer school. I don't know if people will remember, but we tried it at the summer school. And the fact is that John Maillard's version, you play that and you think, yeah, it's okay. Doesn't sound quite right. Doesn't really work, but yeah, it's got its moments. If you play the Paul Lee version, I'm pleased to say, it seems to work. It hangs together. It's consistent in a way that the Maillard version isn't. And the reason for that is, and this is my watchword for you here, this is what this is all about. The reason for this is that when Maillard did his transcription of the piece, he missed a clef change. If we look at the top stave there, do you see at the very beginning of the line above the I of Lee and before the Grands, above that Lee, there is a little curling symbol above the top line, and that's the C clef. So that indicates that that line there is a C. And if you go to the third stave down, it's exactly the same. Yep, right at the beginning, curling little line above the top line, that's the C. But if you look at the second stave, you will not find that little curling C. Instead, you will find a kind of straight line down and two little dots next to it, broadly speaking. And that is an F clef. And that indicates that that line, the second line down, is an F, just for that stave, just for that line of the music. We've got an F clef indicating the F note, as opposed to the C clef indicating the C note, C line. And Maillard missed that. You just missed it. We can all do it. And this is something that you have to be careful of when you're looking at a medieval original. There's no consistency in what line indicates what note. You know, we're so used to it now, aren't we? Every good boy deserves favor. E, G, B, D, F, or E, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, up the stave and F, A, C, E. We're used to knowing automatically which line and which space indicates which note. Not so in medieval times. They will happily and merrily change the clef from line to line, simply in order to fit the music in the most effectively on that line. So there is a reason for it. They're not just doing it for no reason. But it's easy to miss that. So I suppose I would say, when you're looking at a manuscript, try and work out a tune, always spot the clef. It might change the clef from C to F and back to C. It might change the position of the C clef. So the C might be on the top line in one stave and then one line down in the second stave and then go back to the top line. Always look for the clef. You really need to look at that. They're there to help the fit the tune neatly on the 4-line staff. They are not there to aid comprehension. They are definitely not there to help you sight sing a piece. Well, they are a trap for the unwary. But as we say, even the great musicologists have fallen foul of the changing clef. Now here's a lovely, clear piece here, Santa Maria d'Adas, from the Cantigas de Santa Maria, number 140. And this is from the Musician's Codex, and there's the reference for it there in the bottom. This is a beautifully clear piece from the Cantiga de Santa Maria. And I should say here that here we see clearly something which can also help us with working out the modal rhythm of the piece. You can very clearly see the longs and the shorts because the longs have these staff on them. They have a line coming down the side of them, and that really helps you to identify the long there. And it's nice in this one because you can work out the rhythm. So a Santa Maria d'Adas. It's a long right at the end there. Sejan lorores honradas. Got a radas at the end there. So the rhythm changes from dadas to radas at the end. So they're playing around with a little bit of the rhythms there. It's a great effect. So yeah, those longs and shorts, by the end of the 13th century, increasingly, the longs and shorts are being indicated by the presence or not of a stick on the side of the note. And confusingly, if it has a stick on the side of it, it's a long note. If it doesn't, if it's just a blob, it's a short note, which is the opposite to what we've got now, isn't it? Which is irritating. Yeah? Right. Okay. Let's have a look at another one. We have On May by Colin Muset. And this is from Francais 846 in the Bibliothèque Nationale. And once again, we can see there very nice, clear longs and shorts. So N is a short, just a blob, and May is a long with a nice staff on the side of it. So En May, it starts off, yeah, almost a kind of anacrucific feel for it. We can also observe a clef change here. Yeah, we've got a C clef in the top line of the first stave, but then for the rest of the song, it moves to an F clef on the second line down. But that is very nice and clear. I don't think you could miss that in that particular manuscript there. So obviously this is just a little introduction, and I don't expect anyone to have got away from this without knowing exactly how to tackle a tune, but there are just a few basic introductory things that you can do that make it possible to access the music that's written down in the 13th century, and it only really gets easier from the 13th century on. The other thing, which I don't think we're going to have time to get onto here, I hope that we would have time to get onto it here, but we don't, is looking at the lyrics, looking at the words, because you can imagine these poor scribes, they have so many words to write out. So they developed a collection of conventions that would allow them to make their job just a little bit quicker. So it's a little bit like a secretary using shorthand to write down words. It's not as bad as that, but they have various little tricks and abbreviations and contractions that they can use just to save them writing, especially the same kind of thing over and over again. But I'm just going to hasten on just to indicate these are a few. You can find out about these very easily online, more easily than you can find out about the musical side of things. So as the Harvard Geoffrey Chaucer website, and again there with these examples of the various little symbols that they used for pronunciation. This is the excellent Purdue Paleography Project website. And this one is particularly good in showing how letters were often run together. And they look very confusing, but it is possible to dive into them and work out how they've squashed them together. So there is on May there, and we can see, for example, over the second syllable, so it says lauter, but it's got a little dash over the top, which indicates a missing r sound, either r or ri. So a French speaker would be able to easily identify that then as outrier, the other day. So that's one, for example, there. Let's see if I can find another one, fourth line down. Maybe you can read with me, flageolet, mais, nuns, oms, nen. And it looks like mice, nous, N-U-S. That F-shaped thing is an S here. We'll probably all remember S's masquerading as F's in old style writing. But the U of nous has got a line over the top of it. And this is very often indicating that there is a missing nasal sound, n or So a French speaker at the time would instantly see that this is a way of saying not nous, but nuns. They'd slot in that N there. It's something we're used to doing in our own language all the time with various abbreviations. So it's just a question of getting used to them. I think, yes, here we have, this is my pick of the online resources. As I say, I'll be putting up this onto our YouTube channel afterwards. So if you are interested in getting more into understanding the medieval handwriting, these are all excellent sources that you can use with many sample texts that you can look at. Some very, very helpfully have the medieval writing on one side of the screen and the modern version on the other, and you can directly put the two against each other. And also down the bottom there, I've also mentioned the University of Basel's From Ink to Sound course, which if you can get hold of it, it comes up on Future Learn from time to time, is just the best introduction around to accessing musical notation from the Middle Ages. The other thing that you can look up, this is actually from the Basel course, but you can find other versions of this, are indications of the various neum shapes, notational shapes in the medieval music and what they are equivalent to in modern notation. It's quite easy to access that, and also quite increasingly, you get used to them quite quickly and can work out what they mean. There's another one there, for example. Get out of my way. That's just on Wiki, so nice and easy to find. Yeah, and that was the Chanteray, which we're not going to have time to get into here. So I'm going to stop share and come back to you. So anyway, you can see that I am a complete manuscript nerd. I think I'm not quite as bad as Leah Stuttard, but I do like my manuscripts. And I would encourage everybody to just have a look at least at the medieval music manuscripts online. They're very easy to get hold of. Chase down some of the manuscripts that I've referenced in that piece. When I put it up on YouTube, you'll be able to see the URLs. You know, you just enter that URL and you'll be taken straight to that piece. Have a look at them and see what kind of sense you can make of them. And even if you're not into just doing your own complete transcription, it's well worth just having a look at them and just being, as I think Juliet said last night, massively grateful for the amount that has come down to us. If you are wanting to get more into notation and you're able to come with us, come and see us in September at Bolton Castle, Juliet Primrose is doing a workshop, an introduction to Franconian notation, which is really what we were talking about there in the 13th century. So that would be a good next step as well, if you're interested in that. Oh my goodness, I do think I am all talked out. We've come to 7 o'clock. So I would like to say to you all, thank you so much for joining us this weekend. It's been a real pleasure. It's been lovely to see you all. You've stayed with us amazingly. Thank you. And I do hope that you've enjoyed yourselves. I have. It's been great fun. And I hope that, you know, we'll see you again. We'll see you again soon, either in real life or through a computer screen in September, if not before. Please stay in touch with us. If you do Facebook, please do follow us on Facebook. It's facebook.com/medieval music in the Dales. And that really is the place that I tend to put the most common updates of what we're doing on, you know, or just stuff that interests me really about medieval music. I think most of you are already on our mailing list, but if you're not, you can sign up through the website. You'll see the sign up form easily enough. Signing that gives your consent to us using your contact details only and purely to contact you about medieval music in the Dales. And it usually comes down to a monthly newsletter. There might be something a little bit more often every now and then, you know, something comes up, but generally speaking, it's a monthly newsletter. Follow us on YouTube. If you don't now, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Trying to build up the subscriptions. It all helps enormously if we can just build up our subscriptions a bit. If you do go through it, check out the channel, click the subscribe button. All right, do it for me. Do it for me, good people. And I think that's it. And yes, and keep checking out the website, medievalmusicinthedales.co.uk. Thank you very much, everybody. I think it's time for me to eat. I'm starving, right? Thank you all very much. Goodbye for now. Bye.